Stoked for this one. We got Ron Bonner, Unclicked podcast. And this is our first Zoom podcast ever, except for the Ricani one, really. And that was kind of an improv one. But
yeah, didn't get Dennis's permission on that one.
Well, I didn't know you guys were doing it when you did it, of course. But when I wasn't invited, I was like, what the hell? Late night thing going on.
You're invited to this one. We got Bonner in Florida. He's recording on his own, so it's going to look about as good as it can for a remote one. We wanted to make sure we were doing it proper. So thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks to Austin and Ryan for doing all the tech, and Jordan. They did all the tech on, which is good. So hopefully it works.
Hey, are you at your house right now, or it looks?
Yeah, I'm actually my home office.
Cool.
I've been working here a lot more for the past year.
Is that your computer in the background right there? It looks
actually, which way do I go? Actually, that is the computer. It's funny, like the opposite, right?
Yeah.
That's actually the computer we started UGP on.
Wow.
It's crazy when you look at lots of my walls, and if you go through my house, even like I've always tried to keep a little piece of every project. Like even like we did the Kink Demolition Derby.
Yeah.
And it was the year that like we did all the conspiracy, everyone wore ski masks, and so I painted the headrest to look like ski masks, and I kept the headrest only from our car. And then had the Shadow Crew sign it and whatnot. So I try to keep one thing.
That's cool.
That's super cool. A little memory from everything.
You should do a video walkthrough running through that stuff. Like Trey's museum thing, like that. That stuff is, dude. You probably have such unique one-off stuff that only exists in your.
I mean, getting a little off subject, but even when you go like this and you look at, I've got the original POW Pose of Westminster artwork, which was also I have bins of I kept all the films.
Wow.
Of every
stuff,
but this was even the one right here. We did Pimps of Westminster. So we kept the Pros of Westminster.
That was basically like the first BMX Pro house. Like
it was actually technically the second house, because 13th Street, Huntington Beach, I believe, was the first house.
Okay. And
then that house was rags. Like I stayed there for the whole summer of '89, I think it was, and that was so amazing. When everything became like, we even made number plates with POW.
That's funny.
Whatnot, But yeah, the crazy thing is I go through all my bins, and I have all the original S&M artwork. I have all the original standard shorty artwork. I have Wolfgang Daddy TNT for their frames.
Dennis is like,
did you do all that? You created all that artwork and everything?
Yeah, because like I didn't. A lot of it I did some of the art, but a lot of it I just did all the screen printing.
Okay.
So when I first started to fund UGP, I basically just by default started a screen printing company. Huh. So I just started screen. I used to print all S&Ms, and like John Paul, Dave Clymer, Mad Dog, all of them would do road trips across the country doing clinics. And then I would print the shirts and then mail them to each place where they were heading to. From Florida, would print it all. But yeah, I pretty much printed probably for everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone in the industry, I probably printed. But the funny thing, when I was young and I started UGP, I started with $500. And I was in high school. I remember trying to meet old people. They're like, you need money to make money. I'm like, fuck that. You don't need make. I'll buy 12, sell 12. That is the slowest motherfucking process you can possibly do to make any money.
Yeah.
But the good thing is when passion overrides logic, you can kind of muscle through
push
things.
Through
Yeah.
Push through it all, which was awesome, But
so you started UGP with $500.
$500.
Wow. And that turned and for people who don't know, that's what I grew up on was UGP. I thought that was like a corporate company ran by like PacSun or something. It was huge. When I got into BMX, it seemed so big. It was huge.
It was huge, yeah.
It was like it like grew into like, it wasn't even like wakeboarding and like other sports.
Well, it was arguably the first multi-sport or multi-action sports clothing brand. There was a few like Split and a few others that kind of were in that space at the same time. But arguably we were on, our only problem was we were in Orlando, Florida. Like if we would have been in Huntington Beach, it would have been
exploded.
A completely different thing. But I always was stoked on the idea because I wanted to promote BMX to other spaces. All the things that I liked doing. I liked skateboarding. I liked wakeboard. I liked motorcycles. I liked all these things. So it was just a good way to kind of get all these different like-minded people together,
and you're showing BMX off to these other industries too.
Into this, and,
that's always been a hard part with BMX, is to like let everyone see how cool it is.
One thing I used to trip on was that I heard that you sponsored Jamie Thomas.
Yeah. Which
is insane to me, growing up in San Diego, obviously, like, and I mean, just in general, but
handshake friendship, bro. He grew up in Dothan, Alabama, I think it was, or Enterprise maybe. And Alabama, like, is basically right on the border of Pensacola and Florida. So Jamie actually grew up with two of my really good friends. So just by default, kind of ended up meeting them. But then it was the first year that we launched as a multi-sport. It was I wish I had the real cash to do it. It was Jamie Thomas for skateboarding, Scott Barley for wakeboarding, as Mike Metzger for motorcycles, and Taj Mihelich for BMX. Even though we had a whole BMX team, but that was kind of like the main guys.
Yeah. That's insane.
I mean, that's a great crew right now.
Yeah, you could do something with that crew right now.
It was good, but it was a really interesting point. That whole '90s element, from that late '80s to mid '90s. It just, everything was exciting. Everything was new. Like, there was no wrong, like you could make art. You could do, it's one of the reasons I love BMX and I love freestyle. And I always use the word freestyle in everything that I do. If it's business or if it's art or whatever, I like the idea of just not having to follow rules, do anything how you want. It's when people try to apply rules to BMX. I'm like, no, fuck off, man. This is supposed to be individual expression all the way down to the most basic element, you know what I mean? And stuff. But yeah, the Jamie Thomas thing was always super cool. We didn't have any money, so we, couldn't really do a lot, So it was like,
I'm going to start this thing zero,
and blows the fuck up. Yeah, because he was, I think that was actually Welcome to Hell time period, I think it was, for Toy Machine.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things that, like, as we talk, like it's the whole thing starting from, like, I started UGP in 1986 with $500. I was in maybe 10th or 11th grade. I didn't even know what the word entrepreneur was. I didn't know about business. I didn't know why I even decided I wanted to start a brand or a business. It really, the only thing I can ever think about is the magazine made me believe that anything was possible.
Mm-hmm.
So I believed that my delusional aspects popped in and just said, fuck yeah, you can. But I really didn't. I think it was more of a crew thing than a brand thing. But back then, no one told you like that. I wish someone would have told me or inspired me or mentored me in a way like I could have bought, not that I could afford to buy, rented property and had like a warehouse or a garage. I would have never gotten a warehouse ever. I would have always had a compound if I would have known that that was a path. People are so lucky now because of the internet, and there's so many elements of like mentoring that you can kind of, because back in the day, you're like, I've got to get an office. I got to have a business card. You're like, as you go through it all, you're like, no, you don't.
The overhead is lowered so much now. Now it's really about like how cool your brand is and what you're making. If you don't need a crazy overhead. It's like,
and then a warehouse is not cool. An office is not cool. Like
just a big overhead.
It's just a lot of money that you're spending to someone else. I'd rather spend the money on like having events and having like a space, but I didn't know that back then. So we were definitely, in between kind of like surf culture was the huge aspect. And then it was kind of slowly weaning into the skate culture. Cause especially in the beginning of like, I skated first, had a half pipe in my backyard, whatnot, and skated. But then when I got a BMX bike when I was 11, I was like, holy fuck, that's why I laughed so much when everyone got mad about like landing in grass or something like that. Like I was laughing because, man, that was my selling point. That like, I could ride on anything.
Yeah.
And my skateboard, like I couldn't ride everything.
Yeah.
So I was like, but the elements of skateboarding which drove my creativity, but the action of BMX and riding a BMX bike is what sold me on what the life that I wanted to take.
Hell yeah. I think we should get back to UGP and your young entrepreneurship, but just let everybody know real quick, like why we're doing the Zoom call and what's going on. The the kind of the dark side, the sad side of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, and
then we'll get right back to that.
Person.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess the reason we're doing this remotely, and it's a lot people that are close to me know what's going on, but I haven't publicly. This will be the first time publicly speaking of it. But I actually am coming up on my 1-year anniversary. But December 15th last year, I discovered I had esophageal cancer. So
what is esophageal?
Esophageal cancer, which is the tube that goes down your throat, and it's right at my stomach and my esophagus where it meets.
Wow.
It's pretty gnarly cancer, you know. But so for this whole
Sorry
year,
about that. Fucking gnarly.
I mean,
you
the
look
way
great
I look
though.
At shit is I'll talk about real quick about this steroid I was on. Man, this steroid was phenomenal. It would make you eat, like, I could eat 3 bagels sandwiches in one sitting. It was insane. You know, so it was so
the
phenomenal.
Bright side.
Yeah, there we go.
Dude, but no one told me that I did for 3 months. No one said, hey, you should stop this. We finally saw that there was no refills. I was like, okay, I won't take it anymore. Dude, it's a 30-day taper. I tapered in 5 days. I just turned into this, like, I can't imagine what it feels like to get off like heroin or something like that.
But it's terrible. Come down.
I even go through drug withdrawals and just you know.
So what is the diagnosis overall? Like a year later, you know, like, because we heard, you know, I mean, didn't your dad passed away from cancer too, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's got to be scary, and you're a year away from it. Like,
I mean, the good thing is I'm a positive person. And I'm very much driven by discipline. I love saying I'm going to do something, and I love following through with it. It's one of my favorite forms of art. I think discipline is art.
Yeah.
And for me, like, I've dove in. You know, like we fought like through. Like, I even went to one doctor, and I didn't realize I brought my 2 best friends, his wife, and she's a nurse, so she came with us, and we left that first meeting, and they're all like, "Fuck that guy! That guy sucked." And I was so thinking of questions. So we went on this massive, I ended up going to Moffitt in Tampa, 2 hours there, ended up sending it to Orlando, got into the best cancer doctor in probably Orlando or Florida. Then through there, I was able to get into chemo, radiation. I've even got into a clinical trial, which is, the funny part about it is the only way you can get into it is if you have a certain type of protein that's in your tumor, which the protein is phenomenal at transportation of the cancer. Oh, so shit. The bad part is, I was like, amazing things. Yeah, you know, but the bad part is, but the good part is I did that. And then I've even been doing this thing called RSO, which is Rick Simpson oil, which is a THC product. It's 70% proof. You have to start off with the size. It comes in a syringe. You start off with the size of half a grain of rice for X time, like a week. Then it goes up no more than a grain. Then it goes up to 1 gram a day. Dude, it's seriously, like, it's so insane. Like, I won't drive. It's a mind eraser.
Wow.
But
as I was going to say, for you, you'd be like, well, let's start a little bit bigger than a rice. I'm good.
Well, I mean, I've smoked weed my entire life. You know what I mean? You know, so, but it is, this stuff is serious, and I won't do it if I'm going to a meeting, if I'm about to drive. But if you do it, supposedly, the story behind it is that fills your body with so much THC molecules, whatever the fuck they are, and cancer attaches to it, thinking it's gonna be nutrients. There's nothing there. It dies. So and there's a lady in Canada that's my same age, same cancer, and she's 5 years plus.
Yeah,
there we go.
And no disrespect to her, but I'm in way better shape.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, I was working out 3 days a week, riding 30 miles every weekend. You know, I mean, I do saunas every day. You know, like for the past 10 years, it's actually been a really good thing because I've taught myself how to, you know, drink water. You know, I drink 2 of these a day, 64 ounces per. But I was even doing that before cancer. So the good thing by learning how to, you know, it's funny, man. When we were kids, we used to make fun of people for drinking water or stretching.
Right.
And I'm like, why the fuck would you make fun of anyone for... I don't even remember drinking water unless it came out of a hose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, So it's funny thing is like I don't even remember any of this stuff. So unfortunately, I have cancer. Fortunately, I have a fuck ton of really good friends all over the world that have made the past year inspiring. And I don't believe in dwelling on any negatives. I believe in everything's there for a reason, and you just got to take the situation the best you can. And I want to spread positivity,
there you go.
Really try to help people think in a certain way.
Well, Dan, you do look good, dude. You look no different from when I saw you, 6 years ago. Like
positivity
and helped.
Yeah, I'm sure those bagel sandwiches.
The positivity and the discipline, man. Positivity, discipline. Those are the ingredients to get through this. Come out healthier than ever.
It hurts. It's weird. It's definitely a bizarro situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But hell, this is life. You know what I mean?
And how old are you these days?
Actually, today I turned 54.
Happy birthday!
Yeah,
hell yeah!
Push the podcast, dude.
Happy birthday!
Oh, I gotta upgrade.
Hold on. I'd rather I could spend my birthday talking to you two motherfuckers.
Hell yeah!
Zoom is actually asking me to pay for this. This is new.
Shit!
I'm gonna do this right here.
This podcast is brought to you by Source BMX.
Officially the world's biggest shop.
They run one of the best jams of the year.
Mm-hmm.
They have a distro in America and in England, so they are worldwide.
And one in Germany. I think this feature is pretty incredible on the site, is the bike builder. You can go in here, you can build it off of pros' bikes. They have Smiley's bike, they have Stark, Garrett Reynolds, they got Rayford, Mills, and then, kink build if you're looking to do that, custom BSD build, street, park, trail, and then you go ahead and go in here and you can modify it and change your frame out.
Cool. So their website is high tech.
It literally is.
That's
so
cool.
You go ahead.
And they got everything. So if you don't got a bike shop with everything right by you, here's your online bike shop. They deliver all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Best prices, best deals in every part.
Shout out to Source BMX for sponsoring the podcast and being a huge supporter of ourbmx from the beginning.
Since day one.
Yep. And now a word from...
It's kind of crazy that my dad broke his bike.
He broke it?
And he rebuilt it.
Yeah, that happens.
I did do that. So shout out to Source, shout out to Woodward, shout out to Dale, shout out to Cannon Appleby and his busted nose.
Thank you guys for supporting the podcast.
Shut up, you.
Jeez.
All right. Thank you, Bug. I love you.
I love you too.
Right. That's the beauty of editing. You can cut it right out.
But yeah, and that's why we're doing Zoom, because the doctor, you were going to fly out here and do this, and the doctor said it's probably not the safest thing to fly right now.
They weren't saying it. It just, if I went out and I got COVID or caught the flu, it would stop my newest treatment.
Okay.
And the treatment I'm on now, it's every 2 weeks. By January, it's going to go to every 4 weeks. Hopefully, it's going to go for 1 year. And I'm hoping by January that I can start traveling.
Okay.
This is what I mean. I got a bit bummed because I kind of set, probably irresponsibly, I kind of set personal goals of November being I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And gonna go places, and then they're like, well, hey man, you're doing this every 2 weeks, so the week your immune system's kind of coming back on would be the week that I would be coming to see you guys. And I was like, I don't know if I want to risk.
Hey.
You could tell I'm fine. It's I'm not.
When we discussed it, I was like, dude, easy answer.
Yeah.
Like, even, that is the most important thing. We can, hey, we got unlimited minutes now. Shout out to Zoom for charging me $16.
Yeah, no, it's the great excuse to do it.
Don't know.
Ryan, you got Ryan Scher and your other friend there making it all dialed in, so we're good.
Yeah, it's my nephew, Austin. He's
all right, Austin.
Operation manager of Sparky's, and, like Ryan, like, hell, we're talking, I think, Ryan now has been with, Shadow is 22 years old this year.
Wow.
And Ryan's been with us for 22, but I think he's been in Sparky's now for 14, maybe.
Yeah, because I remember when Subrosa started, he was like the main figurehead of the whole team, it seemed like.
Still is.
Yeah.
That was 2006.
Yeah.
2006.
Shout out to Ryan Scher.
UGP in 2004. And that started in 1986, and then so we were even talking about, that's crazy. Like that at the bottom of the notes I sent you guys, it's like, it's kind of crazy to think that it's been 29 years since we started UGP.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, so I guess after, that's why we're doing Zoom. That sucks, but the discipline and positive mindset, you're going to be fine. You're going to get out healthier than ever because you're going to just learn a shit ton about health and then be cured. So you're good.
I mean, it's cool because like the health stuff, it's like been for a while, and I've just been super geeking out on ingredients and whatnot.
There's endless stuff to learn.
I mean, I even quit drinking last year, just for I did
you.
17 weeks. And fuck, I'm going to try this. I honestly, I think I've probably drank every day for, 30, since 21 probably,
every day.
But just not every day, but you know what I mean? Being
pretty common.
BMX, like traveling, whatnot. It was pretty, so I was stoked like last year. Like I did 17 weeks, no drinking, just what I did. And then this year I just basically said, fuck all that stuff.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Good for you.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, when you have to focus on that stuff and when you're, effectively your life is on the line, essentially, you are very conscious of that. And it can go two ways. I'm sure there's people that just give up, where they're like, hey, man, I got this diagnosis and I'm succumbing to it.
Yep.
I see a lot of people in the forums that I follow, man. Like some people drinking all the time, still smoking, doing this, whatnot. I'm like, that is fucking insane, man. I'm like, even if your work doesn't help out, at least I'm just super into positive mindsets and making because I believe that there's literally no difference in being a rider and being a business, and the way you think as a rider and the way you go for like a trick and the amount of times you have to think about it or just going for it and the mindset you have to put forth. There's really no difference, It's all the same, and so applying that same kind of mindset just to literally every barrier or positivity, that's when you get multiples.
Yeah, even the act of failing over and over and over and over again, and then eventually
it's amazing.
Yeah,
and it makes you go into when you do get sick or something does happen, you're like, well, fuck it, man. I just got to do X, Y, and Z. I'm going to go for this. I've been learning about acupuncture and saunas and whatnot, and I'm already a really good eater, and eat very clean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's fun because you're like, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like let's just learn it.
Yeah. And then one of the main reasons that we decided to do this podcast was obviously the merger news. I reached out to you the day the news dropped, and I think I said in the text message, I was like, I don't expect you to reply today. I'm sure you got a bunch of shit, I'm sure you're fielding questions from, 20, 30 years of relationships. Like, what is happening, So we'll get to that, but we do. You have such just as we've touched on already, such a long legacy of being involved with BMX, and from for the people that don't know, I believe most people do, but UGP to Shadow to Subrosa to you guys have had the shop Juvie Hall. You have an
Rant.
agency. Yeah, you have Rant. You have an agency company over in Taiwan, which is incredible. And you just and I've said I don't know if you listen to the podcast, but I've said multiple times that I consider you and Mueller to be simultaneously like the smartest and the most intimidating people to talk to. When I would come over for the advertising days, we're like, fuck me, this is going to be not intense because we're always like, I always enjoy hanging out with you, but I'm like, fuck, I need to be on today. So,
I mean, it's fun. Like I've known Chris Moeller since I was 16 years old. If you walk down my hallway right here, I have so many photos on my wall of Moeller,
Let's see if he.
Wow. How did you meet Moeller? At 16?
At BMX race in Orlando, man. It was the funniest thing ever because he was doing a test rider for BMX Action at the time, and he went to BMX Action the day before he came to Orlando and stole everyone's shit, all their jerseys, their jackets, like his ODI satin jacket. There was these BMX like Action jerseys that the test rider used, and he sold it all at the race. So we all met him. John Paul even met him. We all met Chris Moeller basically at the same time. And that was like one of his first times kind of coming to East Coast. Like John Paul, me, we all grew up together. So we all met Chris Moeller at the same time, and he was just, I mean, everyone knows, I mean, he's a witty motherfucker, and he's really smart. So he's not stupid witty, he's smart witty.
Yeah.
It's like, there's a big difference on that.
That's crazy. So he stole them, and people knew that the stuff had got stolen, and he's at the race like the next day selling it.
Well, it made it even better because it was all the shit you saw the guys use in the photos and magazines. So everyone was just so stoked to buy this shit from him.
Oh man.
So he was, but that's Moeller. Moeller is exactly the same person today as he was. I mean, I still remember, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Me, like Moeller.
That's Moeller right there if you don't recognize him.
Yeah. And that's actually from Mike Ockobach's grandparents' Big Bear house.
Oh, wow.
And there's Moeller, it's like, like we used to go up there and go snowboarding. Like the first time I ever went snowboarding.
This one's not in a book.
Oh, shit. And that's Alan Foster's there. This is at the schools in Hollywood. That's Brett Hernandez
doing the
and Trevor Hernandez. He knew all the pools, all the empty pools, and all the spots for the schools with all the banks. So that when we pull back the fence on it, and that's then sick. It's funny because it looks like I'm smoking, but I'm definitely not smoking.
Look like somebody stole your sideburns right here.
That was the style then. Look at that big poof, But that was actually 1989 or 1990, and that's when we stayed at the Hyena Beach House on 13th Street.
Yeah,
that house was so awesome because we were 3 or 4 houses off the beach, so we would just go down to all the portalets and just steal all the toilet paper and just bring it back to the house, so we'd have toilet paper for the rest of the time.
So I mean, like during this photo, you're staying at the Huntington Beach House. UGP is already established. Like this is early '90s. So you guys, I mean, like the time period for BMX at this point, like this is like late '80s, early '90s. Like BMX is effectively dead, quote unquote, right?
We did not. It's so funny because I was at the house on 13th Street when John Paul answered the phone, and it was Gork calling and saying BMX Action's going out of business.
Yeah, which is the BMX biggest magazine at that point. Yeah,
at the time, it's a big. Yeah. And I back here, I got a couple scrapbooks back here. I wasn't there that day, but they threw away a ton of the photos in the garbage dumpster. And I have 2 8.5x11s, one of Chris Moeller and one of Fuzzy, black and white images that just got thrown away, and I've kept them all these years. It's like, but basically it's so funny because we didn't know that in '89 we had no clue that the industry just died and that everyone left the industry, because back then there was more business minded people with less passion. There were dads that would go to the races, and the dads were stoked on their kids, right? They're hanging out, whatnot, they're bored. They own businesses. They're like, I'm going to start another business. I'll start a bike company. So these guys had tons of business knowledge, but no passion. Basically, when the industry just completely crashed at the end of the 80s, they all left. So basically, Moeller with S&M and me with UGP were kind of like, there was other brands still going on at the time, but those were kind of the 2 brands that basically kind of kickstarted a different mentality.
All those people without the passion left this vacuum for you guys to come in, and it was almost like easier to just pop in because there was a lot of brands that pieced out.
I wish we would have had a slight bit more knowledge on business while still having a heavy dose of passion, because I think we could have helped led the market a little bit different. Yeah. But for us, we had no clue that everything was completely dead, and that because I mean, like we said, it started UGP with $500. You know what I mean? To me,
well, you're also 16, so you can give yourself a little bit of slack. So it's not like you're like 22, like taking out a bank loan. It was like,
when you're riding every day with all your friends, just having the sickest sessions, like someone's gonna tell you BMX is dead. You're like, the fuck it is,
that's the reality of it. Even today,
DMC said that BMX ain't dead until no one's riding, and he's like, every time someone said BMX is dead, we're having the best sessions ever, going to the funnest jams. He's like, it's only dead if you're, you say it's dead.
Yeah.
And you stop riding.
It's dead if you're dead.
If exactly.
Not, you know what I mean? And because literally, like that photo, that was a fun fucking time period, you know? Like that time period was like exciting as fuck.
Yeah.
That's what DMC said when I did a long podcast with him too. Like the lows were always the best times when like the industry was dead. He's like, that was always the sickest times when you look back at it.
You get the people that love it the most. That's what's left, you know, and that's
and there wasn't as much
passion over
skateboarding
business.
and BMX kind of fucked up a bit by over segmenting the sports. We're flatland, we're street, we're this, we're that. You know, it's my mindset of BMX has always been it's a BMX bike, and I want to do every single thing I can on that bike.
I think that's like happening again right now. Is like it's starting to more people are just like, let's just do everything, or not that everyone's doing everything, but there's less rules. Like we were just talking about with Colt, you know, like there's less rules going on. People are just trying to have fun. There's not, you know, the come up was awesome for a media source or whatever, but there was so much rules and commenting and everything. You can't roll out this way. You can't do that. Everything was kind of like negative. Now it's more like get it. Like everyone's just stoked on what everyone's doing more so.
And I like it
feels
when people like a Jeff Harrington from back in the day, have his head, 2 different colored shoes.
I loved Harrington.
What an ultra nice guy, you know what I mean? Weirdly dressed, right? But even though it's not how I would want to dress, I loved it because it was how he wanted to be.
Yeah, yeah.
And I find that, and again, it's what I love about BMX. BMX is I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want on a BMX bike, and literally, it's the '90s mindset that actually kind of through the 90s, that mindset of like, you can fucking wreck shop on this bike.
Yeah.
You know, you can do anything. You can ride anything. And that's what's kind of neat is when it was one bike did everything, we'd all go to the races. And then after the races, we'd all go street riding or go to the local pool or whoever's, you know. Hell, I still remember going to Louisville. My second time going to Louisville, I'm sitting in this living room. I'm like, a couple Florida dudes are there. All of a sudden, this dude comes walking in the front door, and I met him a couple months earlier in staging at the Jacksonville National, and I was like, holy fuck, you know, it was Jimmy Levan.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Jimmy, oh shit, you're staying here too? He's like, I live here. It was his house. And I had no idea that it was his house, or I don't even know how I even got invited into the house. You know what I mean? You know, it's like all of a sudden you're just there. And again, I guess that's another cool thing about BMX is that if you rode BMX, no matter where the fuck you went or where you were, you always had a couch to sleep on.
Yeah.
Always.
I like to think that it's still kind of like that, but you just need a little bit of a connection, you know? Like, but before it was always like, dude, you ride bikes too? Come eat dinner at my house. Like that type of thing.
So sick. I do believe it's still there, but because of social media and just mindsets are a little people are pretty soft and afraid right now, you know what I mean? Which actually kind of hurts BMX in a lot of ways because people are so soft that they're afraid of the BMX bike. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I always say that the two biggest enemies of BMX are the Xbox or whatever, PS5 and helicopter parents. Those are the biggest, you know, adversaries of BMX because you don't want your kid to get hurt, so they go inside and they just get addicted to Xbox and they never come outside again.
Really short back ends too.
And that
like it's super sick for riding street and one type of riding, but it sucks because I've seen such talented riders make their back end super short and then they can't ride anything else because your bike's scary as hell. Like it's super awesome for jibbing around and doing that, but it fucking puts you in a box where you're saying true. It just like
and then really does.
It makes a lot of fun stuff impossibly scary because your back end is just you're
funny
loop out
joke is that is Ryan always joke about BMX back, you know, because in the 90s everyone was running front load stems with 7.5 inch bars
and long back ends,
you know, so everyone's back was over. Everyone's
arched.
Backs are bad, but now and everyone had 14-inch, you know, rear ends. They're all, you know, 11.5, 14, like so everything was like really long and really bad for your back, you know, but now you have short rear ends. And then, like you said, though, then now it's scary.
Well, you got these short rear ends, tall bars, like everything's really comfortable, like cruising around, riding ledges and whatnot. But then, like, you know, it gets scary to take to anything else. It's like more one dimensional.
You can't go
like,
fast.
Yeah.
It gets scary. Really twitchy.
Yeah. Which is one of the other things is one of the things I loved about the group that I was so blessed to kind of the Brian Fosters, the Mollers, Jean Pauls, everyone knew how to pedal.
Yeah.
So everything looks everyone was into going fast as fuck and looking good while pedaling. And that sounds so funny saying that out loud, but it's true.
There's a good pedal, there is and there isn't. Like, and I can name names on some bad ones currently, but I'm not, like it happens. But let's circle back to like the you and Mueller dynamic. Like, I think you're hanging out with Mueller. He's doing his company. Do you have influence on him? Does he have influence on you? You're printing his stuff. Like, you guys both rise up, relatively quickly in your own verticals and soft goods and hard goods, basically. So how does that come about? Or are they related or not?
Cool. No, actually, I mean, we helped each other a ton during it all. And like, actually, Sean Garrett, who was I did all the original art. My first artist I ever hired was Sean Garrett, and he actually drew, and we actually came up with the S&M shirt with the girl with the whip.
Oh yeah.
So we actually made that shirt, that design, and created it for them. And when I met him, I didn't know fucking business. You know what I mean? I was learning everything. What's that saying? Like building the airplane or the rocket ship while you're taking off. Essentially.
Yeah.
That was what we were doing, But it was cool though, because I started printing all his stickers and like his tour shirts, and then we would do designs for him. Or every time I would go out to California to do Action Sports Retailer or Agenda or any of the fashion trade shows, or even Interbike was in Anaheim for a while, I would just stay at Mueller's house. And stuff like that. So I would store my trade show booths at his. I mean, I still remember going to his warehouse now when Anaheim trade show was there, and we went to his warehouse when he just bought it, and there was nothing in the building. He had a mini ramp, and one of my favorite things about this is I went outside, and the original 2-hip van that's white with black back end and the 2-hip logo
the face
is there, and it's Volker, Dominguez, Blyther.
Wilkerson had to be
I don't
there.
remember. Dude, Wilkerson was definitely there. I go into the van, next thing I'm smoking weed with all my legends. And I was like, this is the best thing I think I've ever seen in my life. I was like, it was all the guys that I loved. I always loved Wilkerson so much because he was always the guy that did shit. He didn't sit around
dude.
And
He's
didn't wait for
cool
people to do shit. Just awesome guy. I mean, it's one of my things when I go to travel, I'm going to Santa Cruz to go hang out with Ron. You know what I mean? I keep threatening him that I'm going to do it, and but yes, that's kind of like the Mueller thing. And then the good thing about that is then we were all the groups that would go to all the races together, and then we would basically just have so much fun as a group. And I mean, anything that went wrong at NBL during that time period, it was either Chris's fault or my fault. Bob Tedesco, you know what I mean? It was which I appreciated it, because Bob Tedesco, everyone gave that, he was the guy that ran NBL National Bicycle League, and he was the head guy, forever. And he gave us, even though he loved picking on us for certain things, he gave us so many opportunities in so many ways for Mueller and I, so it was. But like you're saying, like you're saying, when you grew up, you saw UGP, but it was interesting because UGP was kind of more of a East Coast brand, and then West Coast kind of had like bomber number plates or like Prime or. And
that's how you started. You started with number plates for the most part.
Yeah.
And so like
as a kid, to me, it was like Little Devil, UGP. It wasn't like, to me, I don't even know those other companies
it was
were talking
probably
about.
earlier.
Earlier.
It was actually earlier. That was actually when you're speaking there.
Like Roots Jam was like what I was watching on, like and props and stuff. And Roots Jam to me, that was UGP, right?
UGP.
So you guys did
even
that.
Like,
that shit was insane. That jam looked like a dream to go to. Those ramps underneath the overhang like that. Like that was like dreams of mine.
That event was, I think, between Flatland, Am, and Pro, I think it was 300 riders in one weekend.
Oh man, it looks so good.
I mean,
the Texas Toast where they had it on the. I was stoked to go to that Texas Toast where it was under the overhang because I was like, this is like my version. I got to kind of go to a Roots Jam.
They were pretty similar in that sense.
You could feel it had crazy influence.
Because it wasn't. I would say the Roots ramps were probably better built than Toast because it was like Toast had so many other elements happening.
Roots almost was like Metro Jam courses. Like, those look so fucking sick.
It was Metro and Roots were the events that were going on, and it's like,
man,
when I started, we used to do at all the races, we would always go to the Orlando Easter Classic, and we would always do a crazy booth. So one year we had a hula event. Another year we did all these booths. And one year we said, fuck it, let's do a jam. So I just bought a quarter pipe, 2 quarter pipe, built a box jump, and we did Outspoken. And this is the year, I believe, this might even be the year that Brian Val did that. What did he do? The 360 to hang 5?
Yeah. Still, hey, I still got $1,000. It's still, that's the one trick challenge that is remaining after the fiasco of the trick challenges. That is $1,000.
Oh man, yeah, all my favorite riders would go to these things.
I laugh so much because we could have saved so much money if we made everything smaller. Everything we built was so fucking big.
Yeah, but fuck that. That's why they were sick. If you go smaller.
I don't know if you ever saw the year that we did a double cope. Is that Sure? That might be Sure right there.
I don't think so.
But it's
Martinez, I think.
Or it might have been,
Alistair, yeah.
I need to get I'm meaning to hit up Alistair for a podcast.
Oh, he'd be awesome.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Yeah. He's a busy guy.
He's killing it in Baco.
Yeah, he's got like 3 kids and a full-on job.
So I'm pretty sure I'm like on the side here somewhere because when Mira broke his finger,
Mira went to this, like, it's fucking crazy.
He went over the subrail thing, broke his finger, and he put it up, and then he was just like, pop, and popped it back in place. I was like 5 feet away, and I was like, Mira's a fucking badass.
This course would be so good today.
I was so stoked that I've been friends with Dave for a really long time, and that was at his, I don't want to say peak, but probably peak beginning window of Frymouth, of Mira, so him coming to it was but so many people, man. I mean, Garrett Burns was probably 13 or so coming to this.
Scotty Kramer was the first footage I ever seen of Scotty was at a Roots Jam. Personally.
That honestly was the event that kicked him off. Mikey Aiken and Behringer, they went to every single one except for 1 year. So
Nasty.
The year that we built a hitching post.
You got a Nasty
2 metal
and then,
copings all the way across.
Yeah.
Nasties.
You got Nasty, then Mike Artley next clip. Like, that's a good jam. And then Aiken and Mira, Biz. This shit is classic.
So what years are like the peak years for UGP? Is it around the Roots Jam? Is it 2002? Is it like when's that phase of UGP where you're like, holy shit, we're doing this and there's nothing that can stop us?
I don't think I ever felt that way during it all. I felt like I was the farm league for Fox.
So you got guys ready to go, and then they moved to Fox.
And I didn't blame them because I couldn't pay them. So I was like, go do it. You know what I mean? But I was like, damn, we're just the farm league for Fox.
That's so funny.
So probably our best year for UGP probably was the year before we sold it, which was, I think 2002 to 2004 were the biggest years, I think, for UGP.
So this is, I don't know, this is a off the cuff thought, but
sure, go.
Sorry, I turned that thing. You couldn't see. Sorry, I was blocking Dennis out. Like Little Devil, arguably, same size or bigger or more popular than UGP. They reached a point, and it seemed like Derek couldn't handle it. Like he couldn't handle the scale up of the business. Was there a point? Did you see that from your perspective of like what he did or didn't do?
It's funny because Derek and I have been friends for a really long time too, and it's even when you look right here, this original Sparky's folder.
Yeah.
And when you open it up, it was actually UGP Little Devil.
Wow.
Actually. Mankind, that was actually from the first streetwear brand. Stolen Bikes was actually Pete Augustin origin. I was going to help him start it. And Juvenile Trickery, which was, but Little Devil, I helped him kind of in that beginning stages, like because I've known Derek for forever. I helped him to learn how to get labels made, whatnot. I mean, I loved competing with Derek. I thought Little Devil was fucking awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I loved the team. I was friends with all the guys on team, super good friends with Van Homan, all that kind of stuff. But I loved it because when they were doing good, it made me want to do better.
Competition is
healthy. You know, but it was funny because I was always into trying to like hire employees and do stuff. I wasn't trying to be everything. And he'd always make fun of me in a fun way of like having too many employees and whatnot. And then when he blew up, I'd stop by and I would just fuck with him all the time because I was like, look how many employees you have now. And Derek never aspired ever for Little Devil to be as big as it was. You know, but Little Devil got fucking huge, you know, and it was
so big good. People didn't even know it was a BMX brand. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it was that big. Like my girl actually knew about it and she was like, that was a BMX brand? You know,
really?
She lived up in Oregon, you know, and is like same age as me. So it was that big. She knew about that brand.
It was so cool back then because we had Play. You had, you know, had Play, Little Devil. Yeah. You know, you had 2B before Play. Yeah. You know, you had UGP. You know, Useless. It's like there was a lot of really cool clothing brands at the time, you know, like, and it made it fun from a creativity standpoint, you know, it's like, but it was really fun, like having that time period and having brands like S&M and Little Devil and UGP and the way everything felt, it was really cool. Yeah. Really cool.
Yeah. So there was never, you know, like the story I remember with Little Devil was that like he, you know, what's that mall outlet?
Paxson
or some, or
like
maybe
Little Devil was in mall stores
or some sort of like thing. Yeah. Like where that thing, it just like messed up his entire world in that sense. Like
that's when it was huge. That's when everyone knew about it. It was in mall stores.
We all sold to Paxson and all of them. And we all, I don't want to speak for Derek, but I think it was a girlfriend that he got that didn't go real well. And she wasn't, I don't think she was a real positive influence because Derek's an awesome guy. And I think she kind of jacked it up, I think.
A story we've heard before.
Yes.
Not that one but in particular, but
I mean, Muller's got some kind of saying that like every company gets fucked up. It's like divorce, death, or
drugs
debt or something. Or drugs. Yeah. It's all the all
4
the D's.
Yeah.
You know?
Divorce, debt, drugs.
You know, but
it's so.
But I always liked competing with him, and we always were tight, and we were always. I mean, honestly, I don't look at competition in the way other people look at competition. I don't look at like I want to be better than you or you. I just want to be the best version of me that I can be, or the best product I can make. I don't strive to be the number one brand. I don't strive to be the number one person. I don't, you know, that just doesn't really interest me.
Yeah.
You know,
the best thing you can do is work together instead of trying to take people out. You know, like competition can be healthy, not like you don't have to destroy each other. It's healthy.
People have a weird way of looking at competition. I think the definition you just gave is the perfect definition. Yeah. You know, it's
working together could help.
I wish more people would look like that, especially in BMX, because as big as we all feel BMX may have been or is or whatnot, it's small as fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I like that. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be massive. It needs to be healthy, but it doesn't need to be massive.
So, you know, when you start selling to like PacSun and these like big outlets, like UGP is a massive, like, not like in the scale of BMX again. Like you're moving stuff. Are you moving stuff more outside of BMX? Like how does UGP like start to really flourish?
Japanese sales, man, were fucking huge in the 90s. The mid 90s, man, we were selling. Like even when I've been to Japan, I've been to Taiwan like 60 times. I think I've been to Japan, I think 8 or 9 times. And I remember even one of my second or third times, I remember walking down the street of Tokyo in Shibuya, and a guy walked by me with a UGP shirt on, and I was like, holy shit, that's fucking crazy.
That's huge.
But we sold more overall through BMX than we actually did outside BMX. But the outside BMX was really awesome because it helped us grow our company, not necessarily in size, but being able to hit minimum quantities and being able to make products that maybe we wouldn't have the luxury to make if those type of customers didn't come to us.
Yeah, it brought you all of a sudden you better margins and everything.
I mean, we were the first we were the first company to do an artist bike collaboration in all of cycling.
Whoa.
That was the Invisible it was
Man,
a UG
yeah.
it was Shadow, Invisible Man versus Shadow, and we did a 24-inch cruiser, and that was in 2006.
Okay.
2005.
Damn, the first one's ever, and it was 2006.
Ever.
Wasn't there?
You know,
I listened to another podcast you did, and you
Wow.
said you guys did a like Japanese trip where it was like $60,000, $100,000, something like that. Or like that was the budget for the trip.
My memory is $75,000.
Yeah.
Is what I remember, and it's Rhea who owns MX International, and
Shout
she's
out to Rhea.
fucking rad. Rhea is
The
Rhea
best.
bought MX International from Skip Hess, who was the son of Mongoose. That started
Ooh.
Mongoose or started Mongoose.
That's crazy.
So MX International was actually a Mongoose distribution company in, I guess, the late 70s, and she was an intern there and ended up working with them through it all. And she was so good to us. She took us from the north of Japan all the way to the south of Japan. We had 2 vans, a mini U-Haul truck. We got to go to all these places, man. I got 21 days.
21 days.
It was
Who was on the trip?
It
Like
was
the entire-
John Jennings, everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone on UGP is Dave Frymouth, Chad DeGroat, like Joey Garcia.
Wow.
Dude, it was a stacked group.
Was
And,
is there footage? Did it go any? Like, was it a props?
Man, no. And you know what? I just found all the mini tapes. What were they called back then? They were the mini
DV or something.
DV or whatever. Yes, I just found a box of all the footage.
Wow.
I'd love to get someone to edit it because I think it
Yeah.
deserves.
Oh, yeah.
Because dude, it was like rock star status in some like in Osaka. Like I remember it. It wasn't thousands of people, but hundreds of people.
Yeah.
And even doing crazy shit, the guys were taking their clothes off, or you have to get chained, like take their clothes off,
Baco
take, like, their
days.
socks off.
Yeah.
Just and at Baco it was
Yeah.
like Chad got what the kids that put their dirty socks in their mouth and shit. They were so stoked, man. They would put a wet sock, and I was like, this is crazy, you know. But it was like. It's like, 'cause I feel like people today are like jaded and nothing's new and nothing's exciting to people.
Yeah.
It's just what it feels like. And that was still had that sense of this was something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
When you go down to
I-
South America, though, it still goes off. I seen a kid lick
Yeah.
Chad Curley's frame and then start crying. Like, you know what I mean? That wasn't that long ago. Like the shit, it's still not jaded. It's just American, you know, first world jaded. But
Southern
the rest,
California is
yeah,
like the most
that
jaded
shit's
place.
go down to
Yeah.
South America or Central America and do a tour. It'll go off. BMX is so big down there.
Dude, it's
So
funny.
thriving.
Like Facebook, it's most we get comments are just in Spanish or.
It sucks
you
because
know,
BMX is so big in every country I've been down there, but you know, their money doesn't go as far. So it's hard. Like I've always said, like companies need to make more South American developing country brands so those kids can get decent BMX bikes and not have to ride welded frames that are like 20 years old that are really scary. I've seen some talented riders on some frames. You're like,
Scary.
yo,
Yeah.
the thing's gonna snap any
Please.
second.
Please don't do
But that's
that.
a hard market though to figure out how to make a strong enough, cheap enough frame.
If I had one regret, it'd be that I never learned Spanish. I actually convinced my guidance counselor in high school that I didn't need a foreign language in my life, and technically by law you have to take one. And somehow they signed off, and I never took a foreign language. And,
I'm never gonna leave Florida.
well, honestly, back then I thought my parents, amazing fucking parents, and they did okay, but we didn't have tons of money. Like I never had aspirations growing up of going anywhere, but once I sold went on that first road trip and sold that first that UGP shirt and said, oh shit, that just paid for the gas, and oh shit, now I can fly to Europe and take, you know, hell, I remember going to Europe before suitcases had wheels.
Damn.
That's a funny when you think
Yeah.
about it. You
Like
know?
people
Like,
were not traveling back then. Like they didn't even.
I was throwing my bike, my suitcase, going on the ferry. You've probably been on that ferry to go
Yeah.
across England. You're just getting like motion sickness like a motherfucker on that thing, and then getting to France, and then going from France, and then carrying suit. I'm like, whoever put wheels on a suitcase, that guy or that woman needs a fucking
hopefully they're rich. Yeah.
they probably got their hug in a financial way.
So like obviously I'm moving like on the course of UGP, like it peaks, and then where's your motivation with it? Where does the motivation to start a bike brand come in? Where does like how are you like I want to sell, or I want to start a bike brand, and then UGP is going to be over here, or do you get this offer to buy it?
Well,
how does it go?
Kind of.
How many shirts do you sell in a fucking year? Like
we just counted one of our catalogs.
Right? Yeah, I know. I got a lot of questions.
I'll jump back to the beginning part, but we had 21 t-shirt designs in one of our UGP catalogs. I was like, holy fuck. And that was just one. We do 4 collections a year back then.
Wow. Yeah.
Trying to go back to the beginning, because you had some good questions in there. That was...
Well, just like the peak of the brand, I feel like how many, what are you guys doing? And then where the motivation starts to wean, like because I feel like creative wise, I feel like you're motivated by creativity. So you're like, oh, I've done 21 shirts this quarter. Yeah. I would like to do something else.
Well, I wasn't planning on selling it, and I got approached by a local guy that knew this manufacturer in Malaysia, and he came to me, and I was like, no, I'm not interested. And then he came back again, maybe more than one more time, and then I was like, you know what,
Is the offer getting better?
The offer was never insane, but one of the things, I knew that having a clothing brand was only going to get harder. I didn't understand why. I understand now what it was, but I also was at a point that I was like, jokingly when I say this, but seriously, is I was just sick of being the farm link for Fox, and I knew that the only way I was ever going to actually attempt to make the brand sustainable and bigger was to take on an investor. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I took on this manufacturer investor, and everything that I made a pros and cons list, and everything that happens in your cons list pretty much happened with those guys. I realized that when you pass on something, if they don't have equal or more passion, the project's not going to work.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? And I don't regret selling it, because I already started Shadow 2 years before.
Okay.
And actually 2 years before, because I started Shadow in 2002, started UGP in 1986.
Okay.
But
so you sold UGP in 2004 then. So there is some overlap.
There's I think it was a 2-year overlap, but if you actually backwards, when I first met Moeller, I was gonna I had the intentions of starting a bike company. That was my goal. I was going to do that. But when I met Moeller, I go, oh, this is fucking rad. You do the bikes, I'll do this, do clothing, and then it worked out really well. Granted, I should have just started a bike company because it was way easier, than the clothing company. The clothing company is hard as fuck, man. It's like, but what's that saying? Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had no clue, you know what I mean? So I really had no intentions, but when they approached me, I was like, well, I got Shadow. I got these other ideas. So if this doesn't work, I've got these other elements that I'm super into.
Okay.
And for me, like, being able to start Shadow was super exciting, because I could take fashion, creativity, art, and then mix it with function. Because typically bike parts, they're just cold metal, high tolerance items, right?
With an etched logo in it or something, or a sticker on it.
Yeah. They're very cold. They're not very. So with Shadow, I was really set out to have a brand that either you loved it or you hated it, because middle ground is forgettable. And I didn't want to be forgettable with it. And Shadow is probably the first brand to use guerrilla and viral marketing, and definitely in BMX and definitely in skateboard.
Yeah, like the shadow is upon you. The early marketing of it was pretty crazy, with all the dudes getting, when it finally came out, it was all the dudes getting kidnapped and stuff like that. Do you remember that? Or like getting thrown in the trunk?
I don't have it all, but basically when I started Shadow, I was still figuring shit out. So what I decided to do is I might be wrong on the amounts of that I did, but I think I did 6 months of these pieces of paper that said the shadows upon you or beware or just weird ass shit, Xerox. Everything had a small crow head. I'd fold it up. I'd put them in envelopes. I would mail all the envelopes. Like one time I mailed them to San Francisco. So I made up a fake return address, and then it was stamped. So it had a return address from like Georgia, but then it had a rubber stamp from San Francisco.
Yeah, like the postal stamp. So it was like super confusing.
So everyone I sent out to 40 people, I would mail these different Xerox pieces. I wish I had right to show you these Xerox. They're Keith Gower. I think it was Keith Gower was working at Action Wheels in Pennsylvania, and he got so scared that he thought someone was stalking him. So basically what I was doing was...
It was to all people you knew? It wasn't random people?
Like the magazines?
No.
It was BMX
people.
Okay.
Magazines, bike shops, riders.
So everyone probably started talking like, are you getting these envelopes too?
Well, everyone started talking, and then everyone I remember Ty... God, what was Ty's last name? Blonde hair.
Stuyvesant.
Yeah. Ty was like shitting a brick. I remember it because he was in the car with Alistair driving back from Roots. Because the year at Roots, I snuck out in the middle of the night and I spray painted on all like someone broke in and spray painted Shadows Upon You. I went around to all the pros' bikes. And because they all left them there, so I put shadow stickers on everyone's bottom brackets, so they wouldn't see it at first. So basically the idea was like everyone still didn't know what shadow was, and then finally I mailed these boxes to everyone that basically all had
a doll or something in it, right?
It had. I personally sat at my house for a couple weeks and hand sewed all these puppets because it came with a flashlight inside the box, and it came with an instruction manual that basically everyone was thinking it was a band, a video game. They thought it was they didn't think it was a bike. So I listed everyone's things and cross it out. And then basically the book told you how to use the shadow puppet. And then basically at the final page, it just gave you our trade show booth number, and you had to come to our booth to actually see what Shadow was.
Yeah,
at Interbike.
At Interbike.
Wow,
that's cool.
So the cool thing about it is that it gave me time to get my samples done and to get a lot of other things organized, because at that 2002 Roots Jam it was the final grouping. Alistair was the final person to get in, and we had a small little RV that we rented, and we had our first crew meeting, in there, and kind of like, hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is how it's gonna look. This is all the products. If you guys aren't into it, anyone can leave at any moment, or whatever. And it was just such a cool thing because when you left the RV, we knew that the thousands of people in front of us, not a single person knew what we were doing.
Yeah.
So Ty on the way back was shitting a brick because he pulls in his goodie bag, and we had these little postcards that we made that said the shadows upon you. And he's like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? Just couldn't figure it out, But it was a fun way because then it gave me time, because I honestly didn't know how to make bicycle parts.
But you were already doing the marketing before you made anything.
Genius. So I had everything drawn, and then I flew to Japan, and then I went from Japan to Taiwan by myself 23 years ago. And my wife at the time washed my passport. And when I went through customs, I went to Japan, made it there, no problem. They let me in. I get to Taiwan, and I'm like, here's my passport. This guy's like, all of a sudden the guy says something in Mandarin. All of a sudden this dude comes walking up with like a trillion medals and crazy army hats and all this shit. And I'm starting to get nervous. And I'm like, oh no, man. Like Taiwan's a very different place 23 years ago than today, you know? All I understood the dude say was anthrax. And this is only like months or so after 9/11.
Oh, yeah.
This is not that far after. I'd never been in a situation that I felt like I was physically, I felt like I was just shaking. I don't know if I was or not, and next thing you know, the dude let me in. I got this guy that I used to sell UGP stuff to his store in Taipei. he wasn't bicycle related. I got him to drive me down to Taichung, and I had a couple addresses, and I just started going to the
just
addresses.
knocking on doors.
Knocked on doors. I figured out which ones to go to. I figured out how to do it. I ended up finding an agent.
Wow.
And I got it all designed and done by Interbike. And Shadow is the first. Before Shadow, brands used to start with a product.
Yeah.
One product, typically.
Yeah, what did you guys have?
I wanted to create my idea was to go wide in products because I knew that we would be low in volume by items we made.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so my idea was like I didn't want to start it with just a pair of grips. It was like seats, grips, sprockets, guards, sprocket guards, seat posts. It was funny. We even made like titanium pegs and titanium seat posts, which makes us laugh.
Yeah,
all the time. You know, like $1 trillion pegs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's like
when you say agent, like I always get I mean, I feel like I understand it, but I'm not sure. So it's a guy that is basically the middleman between you and the factory. And he's but he also works for the factory, though, correct?
No, you don't. You definitely don't want that to happen because shading.
Okay, that's kind of what I like. What is that? What is the difference between what does an agent do, and what is the difference between a good agent and a bad agent?
I mean, like Rocksteady is technically it's an agency, you know, and a good agent, which obviously I'm biased. You know, a good agency is someone that completely understands your brand down to its ultimate core. Understands why it exists, how it exists, what it looks like, what it feels like, what it tastes like. You know what I mean? Like every aspect. Like when we go and do QC trips, we shoot photos in a way that they can use it for marketing, but also in a way that we know every aspect that you need to approve. Our goal was to make it to where you never had to fly to Taiwan. With Rocksteady, you know what I mean? It's
but like back then, like you didn't necessarily you had email, I'm sure, know. But like you get some product, you want this product, but it shows up as this product.
It was really bad. The first agent I met, he was insane, man. Like just insane. Like I left that guy. That guy, I was getting samples made with that guy. Found out he was shady as hell. Switched to a new company. But exactly at the trade show when I got the samples, this guy didn't know, but I already switched to another company, another agency. Yeah. Because I felt, and these guys were shady as hell. Because I ended up finding out 20 years later that they were producing an additional 20% of everything we made and shipping it to China. And that's what made me decide to start my own agency, my own trading company. I was like, man, I'm just going to do this myself and only try to work with what I perceive as the best of the best brands in BMX. And make sure they are the best of the best.
Was there any, like when you're starting Shadow, was there any like lessons that, you know, you're like, fuck, I wish I had somebody next to me to kind of guide me through this a little bit better than I did? Or were you?
I'm sure. I mean, I've done everything wrong.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. You know what I mean? I've wasted so much money over the years and whatnot through different projects. I do not regret any dollar that I've lost in that because everything was a life lesson.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's starting Shadow. I mean, it taught me a lot about manufacturing, worldwide logistics. I mean, it taught me a ton, you know, which was really, really cool, you know, but it's hard to say like if I would go back and do anything different, you know what I mean? Like I you know, it's funny because the market was kind of designed by the people before us, you know what I mean? So it's an interesting thing as we kind of go through this discussion. You know, you kind of start learning how markets and communities shift and change. But when starting the Shadow thing was definitely because I wanted it to have creativity and I wanted it to have function. You know, like we tried to launch year one with our interlock chain, but it was just so difficult that we didn't. We couldn't get it done. It's even interesting. It's like I've got a.
Were you guys the first to do the half link?
Yeah,
you created the half link. Yep.
Byron Anderson is the one who invented it, and Byron Anderson is our product designer and one of the first.
He still is
HGP
at Shadow.
writer. He's
Wow, I didn't know that.
Works for us and
sweet.
Actually, here's the legend. Very first one we did.
Wow.
Show it to the other camera too. Yeah.
This was the first one we did, and you see how there's no groove cut in the bottom. Because when we spent a couple years developing this chain, when we finally developed it, micro gearing came out.
So the 9-tooth and the 8-tooth phase or whatever.
And it would blow up drivers because the chain was so strong that it would blow up 9-tooth drivers.
Oh, wow.
And then so we figured out quickly that you could do a little groove on it. It could hit the radius of a 9-tooth.
Such a game-changing thing. You can move your wheel in half as much as you can move it with a full link. Like I haven't ran nothing but a half link, and I don't know when the last time I ran a normal chain was, or an old school chain.
It was so crazy.
Literally a game
when Byron
changer.
had the idea. I think all best ideas are ideas that you go, that's so obvious.
Yes. That's so obvious. Just make a half link.
But it's not obvious. I mean, honestly, because when Byron did it, the pin idea is a secondary idea, and the thickness and the strength aspect that we created on this. I always say it's like, like your drivetrain is the most important thing on your bicycle. And if everyone's broken the chain.
Ooh,
and that shit fucking sucks, man. And that's why, like, this is definitely our hero product for Shadow is our chain. It's like it was the hardest thing we've ever made. It was every single factory we went to said no. And then it's funny, fast forward, it took them about 4 years before they started figuring out that we did something that they all passed on. So then they all started making it. And one of the factories, we went there and they got a fucking award from the Taiwanese Association for most innovative product of the year. And it was hanging up on their wall. And we tried so hard to steal it while we were in the meetings. And we kept trying to get the guy to leave so we could take it off the wall and stick it in our bag and take it with us. But we could never get the dude to leave long enough because they made a fake. There's only 2 other companies that make fake halfling chains. And then our factory only makes our chain and our chain only.
So when you guys are dropping an interbike, you have the interlock chain in the works, but you can't show it yet.
We couldn't show
it
yet.
Was the reception for Shadow like everything you wanted? Did you guys like hit the ground running where you have all these dealers and distributors calling you up and you sell out, or how is that opening year of Shadow?
because of the guerrilla market and viral marketing, it definitely brought the kind of energy you would want to have going into a trade show. I think because of me having UGP, it definitely helped me with all the deals because they could already trust me in what I was saying. So if I didn't have UGP, it might not have moved as fast. But dude, it literally, once it dropped, it just started. It went fast.
Nice.
Like really fast.
Did you leave the door open for a separate frame company eventually?
Well,
was that a long-term plan?
It wasn't the long-term plan, but it's been my dream since the beginning of UGP. And then I've been trying to convince Shure on doing a bike brand with me for a couple years. And then we both were hanging out some motel in LA, and we both can't remember why we were there. But all the old motels they'd park in front of, and they barely have any of those anymore. But I remember the door was open, and I was just leaning against the door,
like
and Ryan's bike, it literally was. And Ryan's laying on the bed, and the bike's right there, and I'm sitting at the door, just hanging out like you would. And I was like, how cool would it be if we made everything on the bike? It'd just be so fucking cool. And he's like, yeah. But then we start talking, and then we ended up the year we did the European Shadow trip that Seth was I don't know if you remember this, but we kept blacking out his face and all this stuff. So at the end of the trip, we had a video come out that Seth Kimbrough was the newest rider added. But everything we did on the trip, we kept blacking him out and making it to where no one knew who he was. Just to have fun with it. But yeah. So it's I forget where I was leading with that.
Oh,
the frame company.
Yeah, just towards Subrosa.
Oh,
yeah.
That trip. That's the trip that Ryan Scher did the curved staircase. Same
Epic.
staircase that the people upstairs, while we're all hanging out, were hucking tomatoes at us.
I hate
the entire time it was going on.
Hate that.
And it was like, that's such a European thing, It's like...
getting eggs thrown on you in the projects.
There it is. So that same trip, basically Ryan changed his flight back to America to fly to Rochester to see Zach from Kink and just say, hey, I'm gonna just being respectful. Zach's awesome.
Yeah.
So it was like just being really respectful and saying, hey, we're gonna go do this. And that was 2006 2002 started Shadow, 2004 sold UGP, 2006 started Subrosa.
All right. So Shadow's running full steam. 2004 you sell UGP and is like what's the profit share had like revenue wise, had UGP already peaked a couple years earlier, or was it
was probably its biggest window. It was probably almost $2 million at that moment.
Wow.
So
when you're selling it, so sales are still good. And,
it was still really good.
And then the Malaysia company buys it, and then is it like you sell a majority share, or you sell 100%?
I had to sell 100% to get the deal to go.
Okay.
It was a tough one. And I kind of go back and forth. I'm like, and I finally was like, look, man, I knew things were getting harder and harder. I didn't understand why. Fast forward 15 years, and the realization is that t-shirts brands, back in the day, there was 10 brands, right? Because of YouTube, there became thousands of brands. Mm-hmm. So actually running a t-shirt brand, and if you weren't an ambassador on a YouTube show, it's going to get harder and harder and harder. I did not see that. I just had a sense of something was going to make this harder. So, but I didn't know what,
So you're stoked on the timing of the sale.
It
seems
my
pretty
senses
perfect.
Were correct, So I was like, cool, doing that, and then popping into, this is when X Games, between mid '90s and the early 2000s, X Games was really going. BMX was probably in its best position ever, probably through that decade.
Yeah, late 90s, early 2000s is definitely the thick magazine phase and all that stuff of Right Guard and whatever, Milk.
Yeah, 1-800 Collect.
1-800 Collect. The internet just ruined everything. You can't make collect calls anymore.
Dude, I don't get too far off of this, but talking to younger people about collect calls.
Oh, insane.
The only thing you don't know is if you're in jail. It's the only reason anyone knows a collect call.
But they have like FaceTime and shit now in jail. You watch that 60 Days In thing, and it's like they have like fucking video calls. They don't even charge them anymore. I don't know if they charge them anymore. So, but so when you sell UGP, they keep you on in some sense, right?
I stayed on, and I was getting paid. I was going to get dividends. I was going to get all this stuff. But one day I went to the new well, one thing was like, don't move the inventory. Because we went to this third-party logistics company, which is basically 3PL is a third-party logistics, which they can do all your warehousing, shipping, everything like that. But they charge for every item they touch.
Yeah, like a drop ship type thing, maybe.
So it's charge. And I was sitting there doing the math. I was like, hey, man, this is a bad idea. They move it.
Yeah.
Then I'm down at their office, and like all of a sudden they start talking about firing the team. I go, whoa. You guys were just having a conversation about buying Herman Miller furniture, which is really nice.
$1,000 chairs.
I go, no, absolute positive. Some of these dudes have been with me 10 years at that time. I was like, absolutely not, and steadily I'd never been around a person, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude, but I'd never been around a person that made more consecutive bad decisions in my life. And at the time, Shadow was really small.
Yeah.
But I was sitting there and I talked to her and I was like, man, I can't do this. I just can't. I don't do anything for money. I'm not going to do this. I don't know if Shadow's going to make it, but fuck this. I'm out. So I quit.
How many months did you make it?
Probably 2.
That's it. I feel like what if you wasn't like, I would almost think you'd be like contractually obligated to stay on for a year or two for the transition or something.
They would have been smart to do something like that to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I already had the agreement with Shadow, whatnot, and all that. So they couldn't do a non-compete or anything of that nature. But yeah, I just honestly had never been around people that could make that many bad decisions. And I was like, look, I'm not saying every decision I make is correct, but I'm pretty sure I haven't made back-to-back bad decisions. So I quit, It's like, so I was like, I'm quitting. and I was scared. I was pretty nervous, but it's awesome. If you go back and look at that seasons of Shadow t-shirts, they're the fucking meanest, most pissed off shirt. Like the one shirt is the skinless woman that has the band on her arm with the dollar bills, so it's about selling sex and whatnot, and like that. We had noose shirts. I had shirts cutting off neck. Like, dude, I didn't realize how pissed I was, but dude, that collection of shirts are still some of my favorite shirts we ever made because they are just raw.
You should do some remakes on that stuff.
Yeah, some
I want to. It's funny, man, because I even think about, not that UGP was never like they weren't an edgy company, but it was always very conspiracy theory based, and so was Shadow, and I don't even think half the shirts or sayings or things we would do in the beginning, the world is so soft now that I don't even know if you can do.
Yeah,
you can do it.
Away with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, UGP had a long legacy. I mean, a lot of videos, big team, stuff like that. Like, so, I mean, 20 years is crazy. Obviously, like, I mean, you wish it was Mission of Nonsense, all that stuff. There you go.
I mean, dude, these are contact paper with.
Are those like some of the first stickers?
The very first stickers I ever made. Yeah. You know what's funny about this sticker? I was just telling Ryan.
Show them to the other camera too, just so we don't. Yeah, so that's the main camera.
This sticker right here, I actually stole those logos and these logos from BMX Action. This one actually came from a CW ad.
Oh yeah.
And this came off an article, but I took the art and I Xeroxed it down. Funny things about these stickers, I just posted a picture the other day, is at the 87 Worlds. That was the first race we got. That's where Greg Lanthorn, he still works for me. He's the first pro I ever sponsored. GL. No one loves BMX more than fucking GL. GL's fucking rad as fuck. First pro I sponsored, and he raced the Worlds and actually got third in the Worlds. But I didn't understand that this was super fucked up, but I went in this sticker. I went into the pits at the Worlds, snuck in, and put my UGP sticker on every single pro's number plate. And when you look at the God, I don't know if I have it or not, but I think I might have erased it.
Yeah, bottom bracket versus number play is a little bit different. Yeah.
It was...
People probably pay for that
guys,
spot.
It's funny. You're not going to be able to see this very well, but it's Todd Lyons.
Oh my
on the bottom right next to the file.
And that was...
Show it to that one too, or you could text it to me.
Boom.
Text it to me. I can put it up on screen.
And it... Todd Lyons, obviously. I was always a fan of Todd Lyons, like I stayed at his house at 19 with his brother and all that stuff like that. And Todd's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no one more stoked on himself than Todd. I love his energy.
I got a piece of Todd right here.
Got his dread on the wall.
Right there. Is it a dread? Yep. Oh, he gave you one of his dreads? Yeah. Oh, no way.
I joked about, I was like, yeah, if you have anything for the wall, like a dreadlock or some other, and he actually brought a dreadlock. I was like, oh shit, I should have figured that you have your dreadlocks. So, and I just touched it, and I feel like that's like the first time I touched it since I put it on the wall. It's actually kind of gross now I think about it. So,
it's got a little ecosystem in there, microscopic ecosystem.
I can feel the...
I mean, Todd has always been...
The helmet sweat.
I could feel the journal.
Oh.
His journal's fucking rad.
Yeah,
it's like I mean, his parents were amazing, like he's a cool dude, and I love his, again, it's another person like a Harrington that it's just a character, and like and I feel blessed in my life, like, of meeting all these different types of people over all the years, and it's just so fucking cool. But yeah.
Go ahead.
So selling UGP, and I was trying to think where.
Oh yeah, I mean, so selling UGP, obviously,
pretty much all the way to Subrosa.
You get some proceeds. So Shadow is small. Where does that money go into? Do you get the Ferrari? Like that's when you buy the Ferrari. I'm joking. You don't have a Ferrari. But
no.
You buy a jet ski.
I didn't buy anything personal. Actually, I bought a warehouse.
You bought a warehouse. All right.
Boom.
Yeah, I bought a down payment at a warehouse. I couldn't buy the warehouse. I down payment at a warehouse. But then I used the money basically to build Shadow and to start Subrosa.
Okay.
because it wasn't like I got life-changing money. It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I just saw the Jimmy Levan shirt design.
I was gonna, I meant to. So before you go into that, I asked Mueller about some questions. He had some, like stuff that we'd probably touch on anyways. But
I got some good ones.
But the Mueller the Levan T-shirt story was one. He's like, oh, you should have Ronnie talk about that. But,
dude, Levan, he's a pretty creative guy. So he would.
There's a YouTube.
I mean, look at that. You could see it. Dude, that's the decision making turn at Orlando. That last turn was so much fun.
I was literally focused on the sticker, and I didn't even. I saw this guy, and then there's this guy that's just upside down.
This photo's insane.
Holy!
Don't
shit.
even know who that is, but that guy's getting fucked up. Yeah,
Robinson. That was my first bike, a Robinson. So,
dude, I wanted a Robinson so bad.
Fucking hell, there is a lot going on in that.
That's a photo right there.
Dude. That was the 87 Worlds right there.
Yeah, the Levan shirt story.
This was really funny, man, because I had my first warehouse in 1992, and Jimmy was in town. So we printed the front of the shirt, which was a ripoff of the Bass Pro logo, and it's S&M Bikes and Jimmy Levan. And Jimmy was driving Chris fucking crazy that I kept calling Chris saying, hey, do you want me to use this photo? Do you want me to do this with the art? How do you want me to do this? So Moore was like, fuck it. Printed exactly how Jimmy drew it. So Jimmy's at my warehouse, which was not very big. It was like 1,000 square feet or something. And I had to print these while Jimmy was there, not letting Jimmy see them. Because I didn't want to get in the middle of it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So I was like, I'll do what you tell me to do.
The customer's always right, Jimmy.
I was like, hey, but dude, Jimmy was so pissed, man. He was so bummed.
Mueller said he cried.
But really?
But I don't know if that's true or not. But
it's a sick shirt.
It's funny.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Just exactly what he wanted.
I mean, how many T-shirts have even a backstory?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but dude, that was the 90s. You know what I mean? The 90s were fucking so fucked up and so awesome. And being fucked up made the 90s amazing. It's like
it's one of those things where like the aspect of not caring is beautiful in a lot of ways. It's like people resonate it. They're like, yeah, that shirt is fucking ridiculous, and they don't care, and I don't care, and it makes it great. So yeah, I wish I could.
That's awesome.
I want to know what the words are.
I can't read them.
So, but yeah, too funny.
I'm positive I have this artwork.
I'm sure you do.
I have one room that's a 12 by 12 room, air conditioned, with all the art, all this I was talking about earlier. So one day I'm going to go through that shit and make a video and because dude, some of the artwork in there is fucking hilarious. And
little museum.
If I get out there for Swamp Fest and I have a couple extra days, maybe we can pencil that out, do like a walkthrough, because there's so much stuff. And even just looking what you have directly behind you it's
man,
like
there's so many things. I mean, even this there's a couple dreams in life, and I would say one dream is being stranded on a desert island with a bunch of hot girls, a money truck dumping over in front of you, and shit tons of cash, and you grab it, or a beer truck wrecks right in front of you. And I have photos. I have a picture of an 8-year-old kid with 8 beers in his hands running away. Dude, we must have gotten 20 or 30 beers that we picked off.
Where is this at?
And that's Hamburg, Germany.
Hamburg, Germany. A beer truck wrecks in front of you.
Dude, I've never opened this one. It's still full.
That's amazing.
But again, like I said, I always try to keep something small.
Getting that thing home from Germany is a task itself.
Yeah, wrap it in a bunch of socks. Yeah.
And the fact that I got one of the 3, I'm still waiting for the island and the money truck, but I at least got
that. You got that. Beer truck in Germany.
Unfortunately, my story's, like the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, there was no cell phones. There was different currencies in every country you went to in Europe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, it was it was fucking wild,
Yeah.
man. It really, really was.
The unpredictability of going somewhere back then, where there was no cell phone, no map, no, like even English wasn't as pervasive as it is now, where it was crazy going to the first couple of times I traveled, like to that, and I started in 2007 was the first time I went overseas, so it's a very different game now, like.
It's pretty crazy.
Google Translate just fucks everything up, honestly. Like, you could talk with anybody. Like, it's different. It's different,
but yeah, you just got to turn your brain on so much back then. You'd have to remember exactly the streets to have someone take you to back in the day. So people weren't. If your brain's not turned on, you're fucking lost in Europe.
I ask myself all the time, how the fuck did we even do that?
Your brain was just turned on the whole time, because when your phone's broken, it's like your brain just goes into like a different, because your phone's like another little brain over here. It does so much for you. You can think about other stuff, but when that shit's off, you gotta really click on overdrive. We got a external brain now.
It is true. It is true.
It is. Yeah, we're living it.
So I think that closes the book kind of on UGP. Well, these are the way these podcasts always go. We talk about stuff, massive Woman Island tangent, and then we come back to the main thing.
One thing to talk about is UGP Flying Circus. I believe it was the
Flying Circus.
The very first.
Don't break anything.
Here's the ad.
Okay, so this is pre-Roots Jam. 92.
It is. Yeah, so this is
Look at ODI as a sponsor. That's another legacy brand. Holy shit.
Like ODI, DK. Kavachi Wheels, DK,
what is that last one?
S&M and DK.
Looks like Budweiser.
Yeah, it looks like a Budweiser logo.
It was the Budweiser style one they did.
Yeah. Cool.
So what was this?
But this.
Oh shit! Sorry. Show it to the other camera. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. This is new for us. This is not. But
this was arguably the first multi-state jumping contest series.
Okay.
Jumping contests have existed before, but they'd never gone from like state to state. So we actually did Columbus, Ohio, Louisville, Kentucky, and Daytona Beach.
So this is before the DK Dirt Circuit.
Yeah.
This is revolutionary.
Way before. This is so early that NBL wouldn't even make us special jumps. So we just had to pick whatever jump on the track that was the best to do. If you look it up, it's funny, you know what I mean? But the belt, I made this belt. I bought it and then I made it. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if Keith Mulligan gave it back to me or if Taj gave it back to me, because everyone had to give it to the next guy that won.
Oh.
So you had to keep passing the belt along.
So did Mulligan win one?
Yeah, Mulligan won.
Mulligan rips, doesn't he? He's still so good too. Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. He was a big part of it, and it's funny too because I can still remember in Ohio, like we had an Ice-T song, and we just turned it on. It was all cassette tapes.
Yeah.
Turn on, and it's like whatever word it was at the time, like motherfucker or fuck you, was the loudest. So loud with all them parents, and I was like, they're never gonna let us do this again, But Bill Nitschke did like one of the early backflips at that, and fucking wrecked so hard. It was the most insane wreck. Oh. But like Jody Donnelly, like Bill Nitschke, Taj Mahal,
the inventor of the hop tail whip.
Who did?
Bill Nitschke was the first bunny on the whip, right?
And he actually invented bolt-on pegs.
Oh, crazy!
With Indie Industries.
Yeah.
So yeah, he actually made the first really long. Because before that, it's bolt-on.
I met him at Swamp Fest. He was hanging out with Volker. Yeah. He's a wild dude. Like
Bill Nitschke is wild.
He was shirt off, like fucking, looking like he's just
at a Swamp Fest,
high keyed, like fucking loose. So it was pretty.
I've known Bill for so long that I'm like, Bill, let's just talk. Bring it down a notch. I mean, because I've known Bill. I've known Bill since because Bill invented. He did Indie Industries and then did the first really strong axles and pegs that would bolt not screw on the Skyway pegs. So he did all that stuff, and then he joined Standard. and then brought the pegs along with them. That's, I think, was it silencer pegs? Or that might have been basic bikes. I can't remember. Basic bikes or standard bikes. But basically, that was such a good selling product at the time. And it was the only real pegs. And then when Bill was actually one of the founding guys with Kurt Schmidt, Rick Malterno, Bill Nitschke, were all the founding fathers of Standard.
Crazy. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, which was...
Sorry, Bill Nitschke tangent. Yeah, but that's it. It's always cool. It's cool to hear that stuff. I didn't know any of that. I hear his name. I think bunny hop tail whip. That's all I think.
Oh, yeah.
And guy screaming at Swamp
actually,
Fest.
Actually, Bob Walters is actually the first person to do a tail whip off a launch ramp. Actually.
Oh, crazy.
So Bob, and he did it at the Palmetto AFA freestyle contest in the parking lot, and Spike Jones shot the photo.
Damn.
Which is pretty cool,
wild.
But he was the first guy that actually did an airborne tail whip, and Bill doing a bunny hop.
Joe Johnson gets the
first air, or invented it. Yeah, he invented it. But yeah, pretty cool though. Just like seeing dudes, like knowing guys, you're like, he invented not only tricks but products.
Yeah,
that's pretty
cool.
rad.
So flying circus, and then when is the first time you end up doing Roots Jam?
I always get a little confused, but I think it was 98 or 99.
Okay. So, and then you did 4 Roots Jams?
7 or 8.
Way off. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, man. That 7th or 8th one, I remember sitting there. Is at the very end. Everyone's saying their goodbyes. I looked around. I was like, this is fucking rad.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Oh, that's okay.
That's
that
cool.
was going to be my question. Yeah.
You know, because I think a lot of people fuck up, and they do things. When you can look at something and kind of know, like, hey, you've done what you can do, and with Roots, it's like, I was like, I didn't want it to be any bigger. I didn't want to go after those 100 kind of collects. I didn't want to have to do that kind of stuff. So I was like, man, this is fucking rad. I'm done, and then just well, I kind of hoped that someone would step up and take that Easter date, because that Easter date was a really good date, because at the time we did it, the Florida Orlando race went on the same property as those buildings that we would do Roots underneath. So all the racers would come over, all the freestyles would go over. So again, it always made this little group element of BMXers.
Yeah. I think that should start happening again. Racing and freestyle move so far apart. And I was just talking to a friend who was at the Grands, and he was like, the one in Oklahoma. And he was just saying how big that event is. And I was like, when I was a little kid and I went to the Tulsa Grands, they had Thomas Hancock and Todd Lyons doing a big 4-pack event, and it was fucking sick. And we loved it. I was like, you could build like a mini ramp in the back or something. And
I just hate that it's on Thanksgiving.
Who cares?
Yeah.
It's kind of fun because families get together and stuff.
Yeah.
It was funny on my pros list was not having to leave for every holiday. I was like, at least I don't have to leave. But it was fun back then because we'd be able to go to Columbus, Ohio. It was an indoor race, or go to Oklahoma City. It was an indoor race. Then we could all go over to Matt's house, and ride the vert ramp or ride his outdoor park. And that was, if it wasn't freezing fucking cold, you could go. And dude, I'd be able to go hang out with Matt and Steve Swope and all those dudes and Mark Owen, and like that was a rad time period. So we and our booths at those races, we would go to the thrift stores and we wouldn't even buy the fucking couches. We'd convince them that we were doing these charity thing for kids in need at races, and we needed couches for kids to sit on.
There you go.
So, we would need so we would do our booths. It'd just be tons of couches, and we'd set up like living rooms, and it'd just be the most odd thing ever. Like they didn't know what to think. Like when we would set up. It's like.
Is like Roots Jam, I've always heard like for years, like bring back Roots Jam. Like, was there ever a time period where it almost came back and you're like, no, I'm not going to do it? Or
I joked around one time. I said, hey man, if a sugar water company would step up and fund the entire thing and give us 100% control, I would do one.
Yeah.
But the only way I'd want to do it is if we could have full control and it could have the essence of what it was. Because we didn't paint the ramps on purpose. We left them wood colored.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't get... Because it already had a fucking trillion logos everywhere. Yeah. So it was already on that borderline of, but we had to, I mean, it's the only way to gain
Fun
any
stuff,
money to even, I mean, the last
Did they
year
ever make money?
No,
Yeah, okay.
No. The last year, I think we broke, or last 2 years, we were breaking even because we started charging like $5 to park or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I mean, the biggest thing, we charged most guys like 15, like that DK logo probably paid $1,500, and the wall logo was like $5,000 to $10,000. So the event, I think the last year, the event cost us 40 grand.
Yeah.
To pull off
in early
and that's
2000s, like
2007, 2008, and that's with us. Every year we would build the ramps. We built them so they could come apart and they would fit inside semi. We'd stuff them in semi trucks, and I think we had 3 semi trailers that were old shitty ones. But then they would just come pick them up and take them someplace. I don't even know where they take it to, and they would just store for the year. And the next year we'd only buy X amount more wood. And then dude, that's why the course, if you just keep looking at the course every year, it was massive.
It's a sick course. Be so fun if it was just there.
So where are the ramps now?
Yeah.
I ended up giving them all to Matt Shaw, which is a local dude, and he ended up having them all set up. It was an awesome course for a while, but
Florida reclaimed it.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. The Roots things was awesome, man. It was so cool doing it, and like I was starting to say earlier, is like the thing we used to do is every Orlando race we would make a booth that was insane. Like one year we did a military booth, one year we did a full Hawaiian booth with Hawaiian dancers and shit, and then our final year we made a catfish shack. It's a full shack. We all dressed like hillbillies. We're all drinking Southern Comfort. We got so drunk that someone got a hold of the front end loader. We crushed the whole booth, and like it was insane. MBL was so cool. Ryan sure talks about this event too, because he wanted to go into the booth so bad because he was there as a race, his first national, I think, on East Coast, but he was so afraid to go into the booth that he never went into it. So it was it's so fun. And now we're like best friends, and but the Roots thing was really cool. Even one year we got Ryan Clemens from Tampa, the Spot.
Oh yeah.
They brought the whole micro street course down. So the place we had was shaped like a U. The middle was the flatland course, and it was the park course, and then over this side we ended up having like a micro street plaza.
Cool. Yeah.
That they gave us all the ramps. But it was cool back then because it was an early. I was really into always trying to cross them bridges between skate and BMX, and always trying to like mix them, and still trying that because I mean I love skateboarding, and it's like, and still influenced by it. I always look at skateboarding as like BMX's big brother, and it's like, and it's because some people like, oh man, BMX is copying skateboard. I'm like, no man, you got to kind of like, they both started in exactly the same pool in Venice, California in the 70s. One just had a little better mentors and a little better placement through surfing, whatnot, etc. And they were able to push a lot. We didn't have the best mentors in that window. Now, skateboarding, I think, still would have outshined BMX just due to the ease. You can hold a skateboard. It's hard being a poser on a BMX bike. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to pose on a...
I used to skate is a lot easier to say.
Yeah. And I got my skateboard.
Yeah.
Here it is. It's like, but yeah.
So I guess Shadow interlock chain, I don't feel like we didn't wrap up when that thing officially comes out. Like, you guys have a patent on it, or what do you have?
Dude, we were milliseconds from having a patent, and our patent attorney found, early 1900s, late 1800s, whatever the fuck it was, I don't even know. A farming equipment in Japan made a massive size chain for this industrial equipment. Mm-hmm. So we couldn't get the patent.
No.
And I was trying so hard. Well, hey man, it's new use. No one, because you can get patents for new use of something that's already been patented.
Yeah.
Also, and that's what sucked. So we pulled out 4 years with patent pending. Mm-hmm. And that scared everyone off for a while, but then
now it's free.
Isn't it illegal to say that though, if it's not?
No, because someone could have copied it in that window, and I don't know if you could sue them or not. I don't know legality, but you could put patent pending on it, which means that if you did go to court and you did get your trademark, you'd have first right to say that you could sue that person.
Okay.
Ultimately, that's all trademarks are. Trademarks are literally just paying the government for the possibility to sue someone in the future.
Yeah.
It just means that you have to have more money to defend the trademark. Like, it's the stupidest fucking thing ever. You know what I mean? Like, the way it works. So even though you might have already paid for your trademark, you better have the capital to defend the trademark, because someone could just drain you. And people do this in the real world. They'll drain you if they know you don't have the capital, and they'll drain you, and then they just take your trademark over.
Wow.
So obviously, interlock chain, pretty revolutionary. Like, just like you said earlier, like it's the why didn't we think of that type idea, and it ends up essentially on every bike. I mean, how many chains have you guys sold in 20 years?
Man, I wonder. I could find out. I don't know, but I really don't even have a clue. But fuck ton. That's a for sure.
A fuck ton. Yeah. Is it?
I really don't know how many. I could find out.
Yeah, and there's iterations of it, right? So you have that first one that doesn't work with micro gears. You have V1, V2, and then the Supreme or something.
And the
like
Supreme.
That?
And the Supreme is like, look, we already make the strongest chain in the market. I talked to Byron about it. I was talking to Greg about it. I go, let's make a chain that's so gnarly, so crazy. Even if we can't sell a lot of them because it's so expensive, let's do it to prove that we are the best at making chains.
Yeah.
So that chain, the Supreme chain, is the first chain ever with a forged process. So it gets stamped first. Then there's 3 stages of forging, which every time you forge, you change the grain and the material. As you change the grain and your different type of materials, it becomes stronger.
Forge is like squeezing it, essentially, right?
Yeah. Pressure.
Yeah.
And heat sometimes, or cold.
Okay.
But this is hot. So it makes the strength ratio just insane. So the Supreme chain, it costs us a lot of money to do that. But for my thing, I saw everyone copying everything, and I knew that the other factories that were making the fake interlock chains, I've been to them, so I knew that they would never excel past our V2. But I wanted to make sure that we had something that just basically said, here it is. And the factory again's like, this is impossible. Just like the V1, they're like, no way, this can't be done. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, it was close to not happening.
So when you go to those factories and you go, hey, we want to do this, are they like, hey, this, like a grip molds cost $10,000, a stem, setting up the tooling and stuff like that, all that stuff is real. How much do they say the initial cost to get one chain would be?
Well, the crazy thing about this is you not only have to make the molds for the chain itself, you actually have to make different molds for all different stages of the chain assembly machine. And these machines are insane.
You mean the 60 people that they have? No, I'm joking.
No, I wish. It would have been a lot easier to convince them. It would have been like, okay, it's just people, it's labor. But yeah, these machines take up, just huge rooms. So they, especially when we want to do the forge chain, they weren't real excited about doing it. They're like, but we just kept, and on the one, we're like, I think we're so relentless that they probably did just to shut us the fuck up. You know what I mean?
So they have to make full-on machines for a new chain?
Not machines, but like parts of the machine.
Like the things that the inserts, you have the forging machine or the...
So they already have the huge machines, just have to make new inserts. How much does that end up costing?
I don't remember, but I would say it was in the 30,000 to 40,000, somewhere in that range.
And you get the chain, you're like, all right, here's a $40,000 chain.
I mean, I do that all the time.
Well, I guess,
I mean, people go like, do you gamble? Like, I'm like, dude, I gamble every fucking day, man. I go, no,
that's a gamble.
I don't gamble normally, but I mean, like, you guys get it. As a rider, you gamble every day.
Yeah.
As a rider and as someone that's in business, like, every time you buy something, it doesn't mean you're necessarily going to sell it and make money. It's like, it's a gamble.
Like, as a business, how does that? I'm sorry for all the nerd questions, but
I love
like
when
you are hitting up the factory and you're like, all right, this costs $40,000 to make this one chain. Do you pay that up front, or is it like, do they just take a bigger portion until that $40,000?
Both ways.
Okay.
It works both ways depending on your relationship with the factory. Sometimes you do a deposit and prorate it off the chain over a couple of years or something. I don't remember how. I think we had to put a pretty decent chunk down on V2 by Supreme. I think we'd proven ourselves that we probably were able to prorate some stuff.
Not much of a risk or something.
Or at least they're looking at us as less of a risk,
Cool.
And stuff. Okay.
I guess staying on this theme, like innovation in BMX. Like I saw those forks that you guys did recently.
Oh, yeah.
And then, there was the crazy stem phase. And but there was like that shit was like a weird phase, and then everybody pulled back and it was like, nope, stay normal. And so how is innovation in BMX these days, and what can you do?
It's frustrating as fuck, you know what I mean? Because BMXers don't even put lube on their fucking chains, and the whole idea is you need to if you took cranks off our bike, it's not a bike anymore.
My chain is fucked. So it is one of yours. So,
but it makes me laugh because it's like, so innovation sometimes in BMX is tough because on one side you can say, hey man, it works fine. This works.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's kind of nice keeping BMX so simple. That's really nice. But then on other times, you're like, damn, shit could get cooler, could get better, could get less bolts, could get less this or whatever, whatever the goal may be. Mm-hmm. But BMX does not like change at all.
Yeah.
BMX is, every time you do something new in BMX, you almost have to microfeed it slowly so people will slowly buy into the idea. On anything. It's like, it could be riding, it could be a product, it could be marketing, whatever,
What's like the last thing you feel like has made the official stamp in BMX that now it's normal, but it was a change to get in? Where you're saying it had to be micro-fed.
Pivotal
C.
Pivotal C was huge. To me, that's
and
been
it's so great.
It's it hits all the metrics, right?
It's perfect.
Simplicity, clean looking. Yep. It doesn't look fucking foreign from 10 feet away, And
then the tripod was cool, but you're stuck. You're stuck. You have this or this, where the pivotal's like, no, you can have whatever angle you want. Pivotal's perfect.
And
there's always probably something better, but
I love Fly and Dave's awesome and all them, but the tripod didn't bring you any benefits that a one-piece seat and seat post gave you. Mm-hmm. Because every bike has a 69 to 71 C-tube angle. You know what I mean? So almost everyone's C2 angles are exactly the same. So in actuality, you probably could take your seat off your bike and put it on your bike and put it on my bike, and none of us would probably even notice a difference.
Yeah. The only people that notice it are people who don't ride BMX bikes. They're like, why do I fall backwards off your seat? It's like the only people who
are
ever...
like, well, it's good like that. Yeah. It's like, but the pivotal was probably one of the last real things that was like, wow, that was innovative. I feel like our chain was super innovative. Our forks, with actually coming with a built-in, that was really, the first ones had a closed dropout because Byron was having a really difficult time trying to figure out how to make it open and work and not make the dropout. Because the hard part about it is for doing peg tricks, it was really difficult to make the dropout small enough so it wouldn't stick out and hang up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually was quite difficult.
And the BMX bike is pretty perfect at this point, That's why it's like hard to change it. You can always find simplicity. Yeah, it's nice just to only have a 6 millimeter and a 17 and put your bike together. Tubes are interesting though, because tubes are, now that I have like some light tubes, I bought these ones from some Chinese website or whatever, and I have some Tubolitos, and that's kind of interesting because that's something inside of your tire you never see, but when you see this big clunky piece of rubber compared to these nicer, lighter tubes, how come bike companies haven't started marketing on that and making their own and getting it back into
Actually, what's crazy is Ryan Scher actually had the idea for the same tube that Fly came up with. What's it called? The Cobra tube?
I think so, yeah.
I thought they were great. There was only a couple times I used it, but I was like, this is amazing.
That is nice.
Yeah. Logically, so smart. You don't take your wheel off. But Ryan had the idea even before that. And we all sat around and looked at it all. We're like, this is cool. But we're like, a BMX rider will not pay 4 times the cost,
Yeah.
or whatever the number is, of a normal tube. They're just going to go to a normal tube, because even like the tubes like you're probably talking about, the super lightweight ones, which, you know, rotational weight is the best place to lose weight.
It's really nice.
Ultralight, it's good for your riding, and especially spinning tricks and whatnot.
Yeah.
To be able to lose that weight is really good. But this is typically, we come up with a lot of ideas, but then we kind of go through and we're like, man, no one's going to, BMXers aren't, they're too poor, you know,
but they have them
buy,
on, they have them on like Alibaba Express or one of those websites, and they're just as cheap as a normal tube. So I started buying them on there, but it's not from a real BMX company, and they kind of suck. Some of them will be good, and some the valve just leaks. And you're like, what the hell, you know? So it's the same price, but they're a little bit malfunction-y because they're not as good as the Tubolitos. Obviously, it's not like a real legit company making them.
That's the scary part right now about like Alibaba and those different ones, is like a lot of the race brands are all making carbon rims. I'd be willing to bet, I'll put $100 down right now that I'll bet you that 99.9% of those brands making those rims have never flown to the factory.
Yeah.
And
that's scary.
tested it. Have you guys ever seen the video online where it's a mountain bike guy? He's filling the air up in his tube and puts too much pressure in a shitty carbon wheel, and the rim explodes.
No, I have not.
The whole
seen that.
rim.
An exploding rim is so dangerous. There's a clip also of a dude
with the carbon going.
They just explode because carbon rims are they're supposed to be 6 times stronger carbon. But if it's, which is great,
if it's a dog shit rim,
but if it's dog shit, then it just
slightly
it explodes.
Or something.
Yeah. That's what's crazy.
This is the part that scares me a lot of times, is a lot of brands, they don't even fly to the factories. They're not sitting there going like, hey, like, is this guy even making the rims?
Yeah.
Are they made at another factory? Like for us, like,
that's the crazy thing. Yeah.
But
what about like for you, if you were to do a carbon rim, you guys would test the hell out of it, right? Because you can't can't have shit going out that's going to break on people, especially a front rim or fork or any thing like that.
We're probably excessively test stuff.
You need to be.
Long.
So
I mean, because
people can end their life because of a broken part.
Well, you know, like we do machine testing, but machine testing is controlled testing, right? Like a fork goes in a machine that can just keep pushing it. It might do a side to side, but you can never really test like when you do a trick and you wreck and your bike hits the ground 50 different ways. You can never figure out even how everything it hit when it wrecked that time. You know, and the fact that people are willing to like create a product and put their name on it and not even go to the factory is insane to me.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we've never done that. We've always flown. That's why I've been to Taiwan 60 times.
What does going to the factory do? You can just, what is for you personally? Because for me, going to the factory, it wouldn't make any difference. Because not knowing what I'm looking for.
I look at our products they're making. I take it to the testing factory. We know but also I look at all the machines. I look at how they're using them. I look at the products.
You know what you're looking for.
Well, for me, like, my goal in life is not to be an expert welder. But I want to understand how welding's done. I want to be an expert at CNC work. I want to be an expert at design. Right now, I know for a fact you could take me to any factory, sewing to forging, whatnot, and I would have enough of a clue to get us in there and get it going and get it like I love design. I love knowing enough about everything to where I can kind of go in and I can help with creativity. Sometimes when you don't, ignorance is bliss, but sometimes not knowing everything is really good because then you can kind of like challenge conventional wisdom. When you're doing design. And sometimes when you can challenge that because you know enough, but you know not enough, it helps your mind open up to a certain element.
Well, I've heard stuff over the years where it's like, you know, in a simple sense, where it's like you get a sample of a stem and it's like it has grade 8 bolts in it or something, and then when you get the container shows up, and then all the bolts are not grade 8 anymore, and they're just like unstamped, and you have no idea. So then factory will do little switches where they're like, oh, we didn't notice this, or maybe, we didn't notice this, that type of stuff, but it saves them over the course of 1,000 stems. It saves them $5,000 or something. And it's like they do little switches like that. So if you don't have an agent or somebody that's in the factory going like, hey, why are these bolts different?
It's terrible.
You know, so, or even just shades of colors and stuff like that. Like,
I mean, our team goes down through the entire process. At every stage, our group goes and checks out as the stages. It might go, one factory might assemble it, but it might go through 3 or 4 other factories before it actually gets to the final factory.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of brands, once you get to a certain point, like working with Rocksteady, like it's awesome because Rocksteady would never allow a 6 and an 8. It would never allow the samples to get there because
what year did you start Rocksteady?
That's key to have, man, because with market, that's how I got screwed over left and right was because of those people because when we were doing American Made, it's cool. I could keep an eye on it. And as soon as we started, getting worldwide distributors and selling all over and needing bigger quantities, we moved to India and China, and it'd be good. Like the first batch and second and third batch would be a whole different jean or a different glove. And you're like, and then they just ghost me because I don't have anyone over there helping, and they're in China and they're like, sorry, your gloves didn't work. Peace.
Yeah.
They don't care. Especially China, like it's pretty gnarly. Or if you go to Taiwan, is so sophisticated that overall most everything comes out of Taiwan is good. Everything that comes out is good. But some things can be even better if you have the right team and the right design. And that's for us.
Some good communication, some eyes on your product seems
because I know like Matt Antes at King, he learned Taiwanese and he lived in Taiwan for 6 months at a time, and it's like, because it wasn't just visiting and checking in, it was like he felt like he needed to oversee everything.
It makes so much sense when you start doing that stuff and having your factories that far away.
Do you speak Taiwanese? Or you speak Mandarin or whatever?
Mandarin, no. Thank God I have a partner, his name is Stephen Liu. He's a fucking amazing guy. He's my partner there, and he speaks phenomenal English, studied in Canada, is from Taiwan, from Taipei, so I can barely speak English.
I heard you can barely spell English.
Yeah, I can barely spell too, so it's like, man, I'm horrible at it, so it's like, that's why when I'm making fun of other people for bad grammar, I'm like, man, they must be really bad if I'm making fun of them.
You're noticing it.
So what year do you start Rocksteady? So
I think it's been 11 years this year.
Okay, so 2013.
Yeah, I think it was 2012, 2013. I didn't look at that date, but I think it's been 11 years.
Should we stay on Rocksteady or should we go back to Subrosa then? Because we're going on the timeline.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we get Subrosa.
Okay, yeah. Subrosa, you said you had the hotel room thing. I remember being in Oregon with Sher and fucking pestering him to no end of what the name of the company was, because I knew he was starting something with you and he would not tell me, which is good, because obviously the under the rose, the symbolism of the rose being upside down is a secret. You don't talk about it. It's kind of, he did, so he can hold a secret.
I mean, that's always the kind of cool thing about all of our brands. All our brand names have like reason. Like Subrosa means in Latin it means under the rose, which means that back in the old days, if you walked in a room and there was a rose hanging upside down, it meant that meeting was secret. So it's kind of a crew mentality. Like, this is our crew, this is our secret. And in Shadow Conspiracy, I knew I couldn't trademark just Shadow, so I had to add the word conspiracy. But it's kind of a derivative of just kind of
conspiracy,
coming off. Yeah, and all the different little things like in it and stuff like that. And Shadow is never meant to be like this super. It's lighthearted darkness. You know what I mean? Like, that's basically
it's a shadow puppet.
Yeah, it's supposed to be kind of fun. Never takes itself too serious, but it's on the darker side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what I wanted, a brand that would be dark. And that's why with Subrosa, it was awesome when Ryan like, hey, let's just make it black and white.
Yeah, everything was black and white for so long.
And we're still kind of moving more back into that. Just simple, man. Just black and white. And that was a cool idea because no one had ever done a full collection of bikes in just one color way, So it was pretty exciting. And the team, I mean, you were really good friends with most of the original team.
That original team was so sick.
Who was it? It was Rich Hirsch,
Punk.
Wong, Eli Platt,
Ryan was still like a huge pro.
Yeah.
But even like second generation, like with Mile Rogish, and even like with Miles' filming style and Bobby Canode's filming style, if you go back and look at those early videos on Subrosa, man, they just have so much warmth and just
Yeah.
I miss Miles
feeling
in
to
BMX.
them.
Miles brought something so
Man.
awesome to BMX. We talk about him a little bit on the podcast.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Miles' inspiration in BMX was so
I'm gonna
fucking
text
good.
him right now while we.
To me, Miles and Bobby Canode, I feel like Chadwick is probably one of the best videographers, editors, and whatnot. But Bobby and Miles are just a little fucked up. That they're perfectly fucked up.
They're like those guys you were saying.
The way they look at things is in such a different way that it's rawness and it's good. And Bobby is the first person I ever met being on a road trip, and he's a filmer, and he left the camera sitting on a garbage can at a gas station that we were at on a road trip. I was like, oh shit, Bob. But Bobby's filming style and his editing style is fucking amazing, man. It just has so much feeling, and same thing with Rogish, like it's and no one's really brought back that feeling in videos, you know.
All the best videographers are out of their fucking mind. And Chadwick kind of being the exception to that.
I mean, he's out of his mind too, but he's phenomenal and he's perfection. Like his videos are they're complete. I mean, not Rogish and Bobby are artists, but Chadwick is just dialed.
It's a great way to put it.
I mean,
it's a different style.
Just dial. It's just none are better than the other. They're all phenomenal. But when we've all watched thousands of videos, right? And it's, I mean, I've watched videos that were the worst filmed, worst edited, worst everything, and they're awesome. It's like
it is. The looseness of video is definitely, you can go every direction with it, and it can all be awesome. So
I like that. Like that idea of something being perfectly fucked up is kind of the right way to look at it. I think all design. Look at if anything's too perfect, you can't relate to it in life.
It's true.
Like the best comedians, the best things are slightly broken. The best artwork is a little raw, a little dirty. You know what I mean? It's like a little bit fucked up is a good thing.
True.
It builds character, right? And people, like the most fucked up people with good character, they're a little fucked up and they're ultra interesting.
That is true. That is true. Was there, when you guys are starting Subrosa, was there, like you have Shadow full line of parts? I assume at this point, like essentially making every single thing that would go on a bike, and then Subrosa is complete bikes, frames, and then some parts. How do you guys open up Subrosa? It started with frames and some parts, and maybe handlebars and forks. That's kind of like what every bike brand kind of starts, that one kit, right? And then I think it took us, actually the Invisible Man bike taught us how to make a bike. Yeah.
And we looked at that, we're like, oh shit, we just pulled that fucking off.
Was that combining Shadow and Subrosa?
That was Shadow.
It was actually Shadow and Invisible Man, but we made this bike and we were just starting Subrosa, and we all looked at each other and we're like, fuck, we just did that. Like we could actually make bikes. So we went, because the Invisible Man one, it was, there it is right there. It was, that was a fun project because
that's the one with the artist, and no one had collabed with an artist yet.
His name is, the brand was called Invisible Man, and the guy behind his name is Andrew Lee. And Andrew Lee actually grew up in New York City with Futura, Stash, like basically all like Cause, like all basically the contemporary artists right now. Andrew grew up with these guys and was their intern, and they helped him branch off from like Bathing Ape and all those other brands, and then he started Invisible Man.
Okay, yeah,
and stuff. So,
so you guys get your chops basically with that bike, and then you guys jump into Subrosa, and how does separating those brands in the beginning, obviously, black and white, you have you do have easy separation and stuff, and then this is,
we always say when you look at a Sparky's brand, you can tell they're a family, but they're not identical twins. You know what I mean? So I think when you go into it, we try to keep things different, but we're not trying to keep things completely different. It's like, but everything from Shadow to Subrosa to Rant, when you look at everything, even Sparky's, they all have similar vibes, but they're all just slightly different from each other. So it was really exciting in the beginning doing all black and white and doing all that stuff. And we tried to kind of shadows the parts, but Subrosa would make part. I mean, funny thing is, a lot of people, even today when I'm talking, they don't even realize that Subrosa is in the same family as Shadow.
Oh, crazy.
Which I think that's funny because I would figure it'd be just, but the average person, a bike shop owner probably knows this, but the average person might not know that. And for us, it was never a secret, it's like it was, but yeah, it is difficult when you're designing and trying to make sure that you're not just creating 4 brands of the exact same stuff.
Yeah, because both your brands are starting to make similar stuff. Right now they probably merge product like crazy. Subrosa and Shadow.
They started to a lot, but we've actually over the past X amount of years, we've kind of been intentionally kind of making it less and less overlap.
It makes sense. Yeah, if you have a sprocket with this one, don't do a sprocket with that one.
Just kind of do a little less, unless it's something that we think like a Subrosa fan might not be a Shadow fan or vice versa.
That's true.
They're not always. Yeah. When I look at Subrosa bikes, it isn't necessarily filled with Shadow. Mm-hmm. And I didn't want Shadow to be a bike brand. I wanted it to be clothing and parts. And Subrosa, I really wanted to be bikes and aftermarket parts and things like that. So it was a little bit different.
And then you guys have that warehouse in, I want to say Longwood. Is it in Longwood or is it? Okay. So you guys, and that's the same warehouse. Maybe since he's going to pee, let's take a quick break because
I was just telling Ron that I'm probably going to leave at 1. So if you guys run it on, that's totally cool. But I would be stoked to hear about the merger thing.
Yeah.
Before I dip.
Yeah.
So I don't have to wait for the podcast to come out to hear about that. But that's like we still got it's only 12:25, so plenty of good talking time.
Sure. Yeah. We got some time, but yeah, definitely. I mean, and this wouldn't be the first podcast that Dennis had to leave, and we just kept going. So I'm okay with that because I got some some general questions like the state of sponsorship and the state of that sort of stuff, like the debate that Joey and Demo were having about like the warehouse worker versus the pro and who deserves more money and stuff like that. So I mean we don't have to do it yet, but
I could I'm down with all that stuff. I have thoughts on all that kind of stuff.
So should we just continue with the Subrosa stuff?
Subrosa is kind of cool. One of the cool things about Subrosa was it was black and white, the raw factor, all hand-drawn artwork. It was very committed to its style, which was really interesting. I think one of the cool things about Subrosa is its rail that it made.
Yeah.
It's what?
The street rail.
The street rail.
Yeah.
And it was crazy because I was on a road trip one time. And
that rail changed the game in BMX because of how good people started getting on rails because of your guys' flat rail.
And one trip I was on, it hit me. I was like, oh, fuck. No one in BMX had ever made a light for BMX bikes.
Yeah.
No one had ever made locks for bikes. And no one had ever made
in my camera bag.
And no one had ever made rails for BMX. Mm-hmm. And that all those ideas came on one trip, and I just shit a brick. I was like, holy fuck, man. This is cool as fuck. Because especially the lights, everyone was getting fucking tickets all the fucking time.
Yeah.
And why pay someone else? Let's keep making these products. Locks and lights are not sexy, right? It's not a cool thing, but it's a lot cooler than getting a ticket or getting your bike stolen. But the main thing about it is as a community, I want to keep the money in BMX, and I want to be able to reinvest in BMX. So if we can sell the locks or the lights, this would be awesome. You know what I mean? So there wasn't a shit ton of innovation in those spaces, but the rail was really interesting because we didn't invent how the legs came apart, but we invented how the middle came apart. Until that point, our idea was shit, man, you could take this and put it in your trunk and take it everywhere. The cool thing that happened was I never thought about was basements and taking it multi-floors up, store it in your closet, taking it into the city. The
parking structures when it's raining. It's so sick.
Putting it down El Toro.
Yeah. And you could connect them too.
And then the connectors and all. That was a really cool idea because where Muller tried to copy the rail, he fucked up because on his first one, he started with with features, not with dimensional weight. We started with dimensional weight, which is height versus width versus length, because at certain size points, UPS and FedEx charge a higher rate on the box, so you can't ship it.
Okay,
that's where Moeller messed up on the first trail. So
that's why they were.
Okay. So we actually started with dimensional.
Do you guys talk?
weight.
Like, do you guys talk? Like, did he go like, I fucked up? Like, all right.
I'm not mad. This is all business and competition, But I love pointing out when people fuck up and when they're copying something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, But that rail was intense because you had to go from dimensional weight to actually physical weight and then you had to go to strength.
Yeah.
So that middle was, I was like, is this going to work? You know what I mean? Like, we were not sure if it would handle the stress loads, and it fucking does. And it's, and it's light, and honestly, we made this before COVID, and man, it did so good, like everyone and then it became a seasonal thing. And then during COVID, it just fucking went ballistic again. You know what I mean? Like, it was just nuts. But being able to make things like that, to be able to make something that's not only on your bike, but something that you can use your bike on and actually make something that actually changes, actually helps people learn tricks faster and easier and safer, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But with the current state of street riding too, it's perfect, for learning everything. So that was an exciting thing for Subrosa.
That is innovation. Brand. Like when I was talking earlier, that is innovation in a physical sense with the rail, but even just the locks and the lights and making those cool and within the industry instead of those dollars leaving the industry. That stuff is important and innovation in its own sense. So
it's the thing that we need to figure out as a community to inspire our fan bases, our riders to support not just my brands, just brands in general that are truly from BMX.
Yeah.
It's the only thing right now we need, because BMX we are the bastard stepchild of the cycling industry, which I'm completely okay with.
Same. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love how, like, mountain biking is 110% inspired by BMX.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about it. If it could be a BMX bike, they would do a BMX bike. You can't. You need, unfortunately, like,
they
mountain bike
tried and then they didn't, and then it was pushed out. There was Specialized, there was Trek, there was, like, all those brands did try and do BMX bikes.
And I'm glad they didn't, and I'm glad they were smart enough to get out of it, because they're not. They're not. It's like me with, like, 29-inch bikes. I'm never gonna make a 29-inch bike again. Not that I'm opposed to the bike life aspect, but it doesn't fit our story. And so I used to look at bikes as just sizes, but I kind of look at it differently now, and I'm like, hey, like, to me, a DJ bike is more bicycle motocross than a 29-inch cruiser bike. You know what I mean?
Where is it?
Who's it?
Miles.
Ah, hell yeah. That rules. What's so weird too is Alistair texted me at the same time we were talking about Alistair. I'm like, holy shit. It's yeah. But yeah, so with the Subrosa thing, like, just that's innovation. We've always tried to make sure that we are art and creative based and function based. I'm a firm believer as a brand, if you don't have at least one product that's an innovated hero product, you're not a brand.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of brands that have zero innovation or uniqueness.
Do those brands, like products? Yeah. Do those products, like the chain and the rail, do they carry the entire brand? Like, that's your hero product, but, like, it markets it for you, it markets the brand, makes the brand cooler, and then are you selling enough of them to, like, carry the other aspects of the brand?
I don't know if they necessarily carry or should carry, even have to carry the whole brand, but it puts a brand, it puts the brand in a position of uniqueness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for me, I won't rock a t-shirt or I won't buy something from anything unless I really know the brands and the people behind. Like, I'm really into
Of course, yeah.
The why of a brand. Mm-hmm. And I'm a firm believer that
you don't want to buy an expensive primitive shirt because it's cool.
No, I would never do it. You know, it's like,
yeah,
you know,
I'm the same. It's crazy when people just buy random bullshit. You're like, what the hell are you doing? Like, you don't even know what that is.
Especially when you can't stand behind it. If you can't stand behind it, and especially literally, you have to stand behind whatever you believe in BMX because you could die.
Yeah,
You know what I mean, it can, you know, and for me though, it's we need more uniqueness. You know, in BMX, I that's one thing that I'm over the old school shit. You know, like okay, hey, it's cool.
Yeah.
80s were rad as fuck, but the 90s were really cool. 2000 were rad, and right now it's fucking rad as fuck.
Yeah, you can only copy paste for so long. Yeah. You know, it's just like,
dude, it's like stop the 80s shit, man. Like every time I've had a different collaborations, they're like, oh, they always want to go to 80s. I'm like, no, man, it been there, done that. I love that time period. I could reminisce like a motherfucker.
I'm not from that era, so when I see that, I'm like, this shit is so annoying. Like, you know, like
it's annoying to me.
Like, I'd rather see like, let's do like some shit. You know, if we're gonna remake some Little Devil, some like S&M dirt bike classic stuff. Christian Regal does that. He has like a crazy little museum at his house, and they're like all these bikes from like our era of what is classic. And I'm like, dude, that's so sick. Like,
he's got some rad shit.
He does like some really cool shit that I can just look at all day. But that's my 80s, I guess, to people 10 years older than me. So I get
everyone
I get
has
it.
their glory year.
Yes.
Everyone has it. But I'm a firm believer that I cannot stand that person. They exist in every year, that person that just lives
still there
in that space. It's like, for me, man, like I like the present more than I like anything else.
I love that.
Like the right now is fucking rad. Like when you look at quality of videos, quality of bike, the speed that people are learning new tricks in and inventing tricks and the travel and just everything we're doing, it's pretty fucking rad.
Yeah. If you don't have a film where everybody has a little camera in their pocket, that's pretty badass. Like even an old iPhone is badass, like for filming if you need to get a clip. It's really cool.
And BMX taught me creativity, you know, like that was basically what BMX Action Freestyle and said, hey man, first you can do it yourself, DIY, like you do it yourself. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't realize that. And you can actually be creative in a different way. Like you don't have to be this phenomenal illustrator. You don't have to be this phenomenal. Like I always say to everyone, my favorite form of art is the art of execution, because everyone has ideas, but very few people actually fucking go for it and execute on it. So when I hear people fucking talking, you guys, it could be design, it could be a trick, it could be whatever. It is fucking annoying.
For
like,
sure.
Stop fucking talking. Just do it, man. And if you fail, who gives a fuck?
When you're with the best riders, you ask them what, you know, you're like, you want to film a clip? And they'll never tell you. They just like, yeah, maybe I'm thinking of it. And then the kid who's going to like eat shit or just like sit there and do a million run-ups, he's the one like, I want to try this right when they get out of the car, you know? And you're like, shut up. Like, look at the run-up. Look at the landing. Like, you didn't even look at it. While Garrett Reynolds is over here, like, not saying anything, like, just coming up with the craziest trick ever he's going to do.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see it with riding as well.
That mindset that you just explained right there is business 101.
Yeah.
Dude,
so many people sit around at the bar and talk about ideas like you said, but who does them?
But being in that, like when you're talking about the rail and you're like, hey, you're going to go check out the run up. Is it this? Is it going down? Does it have cracks?
There's a million things to look at before you call shit out.
Am I going to do it? I'm going to go this way. I'm going to do this. To me, that is business.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you, and I've been trying to talk to a lot of riders in the same way, because when you start it, like this merger idea that we'll talk about here in a second, is that as BMXers to BMXers, I would rather go for those set of doubles in front of me and wreck than be sitting off to the side and not going for it and feeling like a pussy.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
I don't believe
if you really want to do it, right? Like if you.
Well, I don't believe on sitting on your hands, and not everything you do is going to work. That's okay. You know what I mean? But not going for it and not repeatedly trying in whatever it is in life that you're doing, that is not okay. You know what I mean? That's bullshit, man. Like, you're just wasting your life and you're not going for shit. And I always try to explain that being a pro rider, even a rider, but a pro rider especially, is no different than me running a brand and how we're doing it. It's less physically hurting, right? But it still emotionally hurts, financially hurts, you know what I mean? But it's,
and there's crazy risk and crazy emotions that go with every piece of a business too.
But that's why I think as BMX riders, you really learn, you don't understand the things that we're all learning, how we're learning to evaluate situations before we even get to them, evaluating people, evaluating the ground. Like this is what you do when you walk into a meeting.
Learning skills with people too, being stuck with people in Europe for, however long, a month.
I mean,
a lot of people have never had those situations before where they have to be with strangers.
And when you're in an odd situation with a stranger and you're like, I mean, hell, man, like being with a weird, crazy man in Russia that stuffs your bike bag with paintings and whatnot.
That was me. Yeah.
Man, remember how wasted we got that night? I was like in Russia, got so wasted. I took
Fudger's that guy you got to deal with in a different country.
So I put it in his bag.
I turned 30 in Moscow with Ronnie, and I threw, we were 6 stories up, and I threw a lot of items out of the window of the apartment.
Ooh.
I was right next to him doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, we were together.
And it was, dude.
Moscow's fun.
The people came in. Like,
I don't know
whatever.
if you met a girl back then or someone else met a girl. One met a girl. We got to go to a party and they had that
oh, that's me.
Russian roulette.
Yeah.
The Russian roulette.
I still got it.
The shot glasses and it looked like a barrel of a gun.
Yeah.
And you spin it.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
It would land on.
You put warm vodka in it because it can't be cold because it'll frost the glass. You can tell. But then you spin it and it's like you fill 2 and 4 with vodka and water, whatever ratio you want. You spin it. It's like Russian vodka.
Oh, that's
roulette.
fun.
Yeah. And they got it for my birthday. Yeah.
That was such a fun party.
Awesome.
And you remember that house? You would walk out of the house, look to the left, and it was the what's the Capitol with all the red
red square thing and
the red square.
Yeah.
Dude, their house was like 10 houses from red square.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And they had the first time I ever felt heated floors in a house.
Those are nice.
I was like, what the fuck is this?
We might be the last people to ever go to Russia. We might have been the first team that went there, I think.
Maybe,
and then I don't know if I think Shadow was the first team to drive. We drove from Florida all the way to Mexico City, through Laredo, and went all the way down, and it was fucking crazy, man.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
It's cool when you think back of all your travels, and because you have so much examples of stuff you've done, via that beer and the figurines and the frames and all that stuff, and it's like the amount of experiences that all three of us have thanks to BMX are like worth their weight in gold, and
then what he's saying, that the whole example of how that can lead you into, if you look at it in a different way, it's all relates to like business or whatever the next path can be too.
It reads being uncomfortable and being in weird scenarios and forced into stuff, and it's,
I mean, being forced in a foreign country to be around someone that doesn't even speak your language or it's insane, but it's so cool because you learn patience and how to deal with it. Or people, there's always that one guy that speaks English and he's the superhero, man.
Yeah.
And he's the guy I'm jealous of. I was like, God, if I could know all these different languages, I would love to be the guy that'd be like, I know your language. Let's go have some fun. It's like,
that is huge. That is huge.
But I constantly try to talk to our team dudes and whatnot about these things that I consider comparisons and how to look at things and try to take from our current situation and how to apply it to a future situation, and it's important, I think, and cool.
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit.
Sure.
Like we'll circle back with Rant when we talk about sponsorship stuff, but
Perfect.
with COVID hits.
Yep.
COVID gets, I think it pushes things forward, kind of hits the fast forward button on a lot of things where people are stuck at home, e-commerce, the way people are consume stuff, they're all that. Bike industry does really, really good, surprisingly, because I didn't think when it first hit, we didn't know what the hell was going to happen. Bike industry does really, really great. I assume that was your experience, and then, you take it from there.
COVID, essentially, when you really break it down, was an earthquake. And it just shook everything up. And then after the earthquake, we've just been dealing with tremors for 2 years now, and these tremors are really disruptive because you can't see them or understand what's going to happen. So yeah, this whole thing with COVID was awesome in one sense because you just sold everything you could. The other sense of it that was bad is we went from $1,500 for a container to $20,000 a container.
What do you mean when you say that? Like the charges for it?
Yeah, the charges before COVID were like you could fill a 20-foot or 40-foot metal box with all your products for $1,500, $2,000, somewhere in there. It went up to $20,000 per container. So, and then shipping costs with UPS and FedEx jumped up a fuck ton. Like cost of living jumped up a ton. So everyone's pay raises, whatnot. I mean, it was scary when it first hit. I was like, oh my God, like 30 something years is over. That was my first thought. Then I was like, holy fuck. Thank God I live in Florida and it's loose as fuck.
Yeah.
And we could keep working. Like we printed out like pieces of paper saying that we're, what was it called? The critical, that's not the right word, but critical employees. So we got, because we heard in Europe they were doing that.
Yeah.
And they hadn't happened in America. So we did that. No one ever got pulled over. No one in Florida gives a fuck. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that was great. But then the tremors started hitting. And then it's been really, really difficult. We actually, since Sparky's doesn't, I mean, we like making money. I like nice things as much as them, but my drive is not money or nice things, But we all sat around towards the end of COVID and we all looked at each other and we're like, man, we've never sold this much stuff before. Let's cut our next orders back big time. So we started cutting bikes back, cutting everything back. Basically, all my competitors now have 5,000 to 30,000 bikes in stock each of them. I'm not here to unload other people's laundry. You know what I mean? But and now all these guys are, $3 million to $6 million in debt. I'm sitting over here. We've done as a team. I always say we did a good job, maybe not a great job through COVID with inventory. Now we don't have any. We brought in bikes, and we because we needed some bikes, and actually our inventory levels are so low. We need more inventory. We're actually too low, but our competitors all bought on greed instead of buying on historical logic. And when we all sat around,
it's not going to just keep happening. It's not like there's a million more BMXers through COVID. It's just that people were buying stuff through COVID and then they got their shit. That was so smart of you.
Well, I think there was more BMX. I think there was more BMXers, but fair weather BMXers. So they weren't. So then that bike is on OfferUp now. That bike is on. That bike is on.
That's the other part. OfferUp was. God, it was insane how many bikes were on OfferUp afterwards, man.
Yeah, that too.
So then it sucks for companies like ours that played the game, quotation marks conservatively in the correct way. We're now being forced to do similar discounts to all these other companies that have way over ordered.
Oh yeah, they're just giving shit away now.
They're just giving everything away. I mean, even this Black Friday, dudes were doing 25% off and free shipping. You're like, you don't need to do that right now. So the tremors have been probably the hardest part of everything because it completely changed how businesses run. Inflation has completely changed cost of goods, overhead costs. Like we basically figured out since this is not exact, but since we started Shadow, we've lost over 20% margin.
Wow.
That's over 20 something years, to distro.
Since COVID that happened? 20% since COVID?
No, since he started.
23 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's one of the problems in BMX right now that sucks is that most people don't talk in margin. They talk gross dollars, net dollars, things of that nature. Margin is king.
Margin means everything.
If you don't have margin, you don't have gross, and you definitely do not have net.
You'll be doing a bunch of work for no reason.
You're just working for free. Yeah. And at that point, why not just go get a job someplace else and ride your bike and actually love your bike? Mm-hmm. It's like even more, So that's probably one of the biggest problems that our industry is in at the moment is that everyone's going to be extremely cash flow poor for a minute, especially while everyone's discounting.
Yeah.
You know, but this is where it comes in more important, in my opinion. Be creative, work as a group. Think about the 90s. Like, it was romantic as fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in the sense, when I look back to the 90s, it's tons of people going in the shittiest car that might not even make it across the country, but you're like, we're going for it anyways. Pile these people in, you get one hotel room, y'all get it, and they're my best memories. You know, we were definitely, our goal as a brand was to create a professional pay for our riders. We never achieved it. You know what I mean? Like, I really wanted to get to the point that any of our riders would never have to have another job or whatnot. But I'm realizing that 1% of our pros can do that. The rest is almost like every other sport. Everyone, minor leagues, whatnot, they have second jobs. You know what I mean? Hockey leagues have minor. Everyone has second, hell, hockey leagues, everyone makes, like, if you're not in the Premier Soccer League or Hockey League, you don't make more than $20,000 a year.
Yeah.
Unless you get bumped up to the next level, you know, like when I started realizing that shit, I was like, shit, that sucks, man. Cause I want to see BMX. I want people to be able to have livelihoods, you know, but it's, we again, margin and price point. Unfortunately, BMX industry runs like the flea market. You go to the flea market, you go to the first booth. How much is this? $5. By the time you get to the last booth, it's $3.99. You know what I mean? You know, and that's not the way to run a business, man. Like, if you can't sell the product for the margin it's supposed to do, you probably shouldn't have made it.
True. Yeah.
You know,
but I mean, but you're saying that you made it at to be sold at a certain value, but all the other brands that are overstocked are, you know, bleeding their products off essentially. There was never mind, I'm not gonna say that. Change it. It was not gonna use an example.
I don't want to like call anyone out, but I mean, there's a lot of situations with selling to shitty big box stores.
I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah.
And 5,000 bikes sold to a big box store, that sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's two ways of looking at those. Some people look at it, hey, at least someone got to go in and get a cheap bike for their first experience. But unfortunately, first bike experience to becoming an actual enthusiast, I think we lose. I'm going to make up a number. We lose 60% of them from that first bike. But if they go to a bike shop, and a BMX shop that knows, there's probably unscientific, but I guarantee you that person's going to go to at least a bike. They're going to go to their next bike that's actually the bike that's going to make them fall in love with BMX.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's a bigger chance,
that's a big
for sure.
thing.
That makes sense.
And it's the problem right now is that we as an industry love racing to the bottom. Everyone just wants to dude, 5 or 10 years ago, I kept hearing different business owners literally happen almost a handful of times, a little under. I was talking to a business owner and the guy goes, my wife has a great job. And that's how he started the conversation off. I'm like, fucking A, that means that your wife's great job is supporting your piss poor BMX company that's never going to actually succeed, but you're going to keep selling everything super cheap and then just fucking up everything that's going on.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel like COVID's like you said, it's shaking things up, and it seems like a bad thing with this company going down and this company going down, but really it's just going to leave the fucking passion companies here to regrow it. Yeah. So it might just get a bunch of bullshit out and regrow it. The people who don't really love riding, they're not going to stick with it.
Yeah,
and it's going to really show in this year, next year, you know, while it regrows. But I think it's really happening, and it's what people talked about a while ago, and
it's typically what happens. Usually in downturn markets, I realize that every brand I've started has been started in a downturn market unknowingly.
Yeah.
Mm.
So typically in downturn markets, it's the right time to start a brand or get rid of some brands. The problem right now is because there's so many new unknowns with inflation, World War III's, trade embargoes, tariffs, whatnot. Like, it'd almost be insane to start a brand right now. You know, like, cause it would be.
Shout out to Mike Brennan.
I mean, yeah, but it could. I mean, they're skilled and they know how to do it.
And they've been in it.
They've been in a while, so they could pull it off. But thank God they're they're smart and they're passionate, so they
have the right elements to do it.
The right back end, but is it going to be easy? Fuck no. You know what I mean? Like this next 2025 is going to be difficult as an industry. But as I always say, man, like BMX doesn't fucking need an industry.
It's true.
There's enough products in the world that we can all ride at a high level for, I'm being sarcastic, a decade longer. We want an industry. An industry is cool for us because then we can do road trips. We can create art projects. You know, we can make events. You know, I can have a job. We can all have jobs in it. Something that we're
make new friends, travel,
new friends, and dude, I'm in my 50s, and I don't feel literally any different than I did when I was in my teens. Yeah. You know, like so mentally, you're very much blessed, even though we don't make a lot of money working in the BMX industry. It's fucking rad, like the life lessons we're getting, the friendships, the travel, the appreciations. To me, the freedom, a lot of things that some people might look as like you're sacrificing making more money, but they don't get that what we're actually getting is this, like seeing the world for free.
Yeah.
Like most people we know, I bet if we walked around our neighborhood and I asked all my neighbors, I guarantee most of them have never left the country, or they've been to Italy or France or England. You know what I mean? Never been anywhere. A cruise, like they went to the Bahamas. Like we've all been fucking everywhere. Like that is a blessing that I will never ever like give up. You know what I mean? It's you know like just the traveling and hell, some of my best friends now are from foreign countries, you know what I mean? Yeah. And it's so rad. But yeah, so it's pretty cool in that sense.
I think it's related to sanity too. Like some people aren't meant to work 9-to-5 jobs, and some people can't handle it. And you know, my wife's got a good job. In a second, but she does have a good job. But she's a recruiter, you know, and she's like, you're unhireable. Like you would never ever make it. Like in my world and what we do. And I'm like, fair play. Like thank you for letting me do what I do because you love me and you want to keep me sane. You know, like, and she knows that I could go somewhere else and make more money, but that's not a trade-off that we can make for my own sanity. You know? Yes. So it's important for people to realize that experience is like what you get to take with you in the end, you know, like for the rest of your life. So
it's the right word, man. Experience to me trumps everything.
Yeah.
A negative experience or a positive experience. 100%. I've been on road trips and everything was going fucking wrong. And I look back on those trips and they were fucking rad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, but yeah, I mean, it's when I started this journey, I did not understand business. I didn't understand jobs. My last job I quit. I quit my last job in 1989 and I worked at a plant nursery. And I can still remember walking in and because I made 4 state plays. I think it was like Florida, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio. I was in 12th grade. I was like, fuck all this, man. I'm good. You know, like, so I quit my job but like, wait, your wife's saying you're unhireable. I always joke and say I'm unhireable because I've never, ever, ever had a job for someone else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is difficult.
I've been self-employed my entire life, you know, so I take pride in that.
You should. You should. 100%.
You know, the fact that I could never get hired, you know, it's like
so when I rolling into the merger thing, I should have pulled up the PR, but the one thing that resonated with me, there was 2 things that resonated with me, was that you said the current business model isn't working anymore. Yep. So question is, what is the current business model?
I mean, bad margins.
Like you get you get 1,000 bikes. Do they go? They land in Florida? They go to a distributor in 6 different countries, and then they go to bike shops, and then or what?
That's more process than actual business model. Like from a process standpoint, logistically, everything works really good, right? Like we have a warehouse in Florida, we have a third-party logistics out west. We sell to 32 countries. You know, we logistically put everything together in Asia. It goes out to the different countries. Mm-hmm. You know, the bad part is that that we don't make enough money as an industry. Our margins are too low. You know, I mean, like Haro sells 30,000 shredders in a year, but they probably make 5% gross profit or 10% gross profit on those shredders.
They're just moving a lot of stuff.
But it's great for them because I'm assuming they use it as maybe a loss leader to sell the other bikes.
Yeah.
But basically that kind of happens through all of BMX. BMX ends up going like, instead of just having one loss leader, BMX ends up going down to having 20 loss leaders per collection. You know, because everyone just wants to have the lowest. I'm not gonna be able to sell this unless it's the lowest price. You know, the business model's messed up too, just from like the shops. Like the shops need more support, but the shops need more focus on less brands.
Okay.
You know, it's like, because basically what shops do, they don't have a lot of cash flow, is they'll buy minimum quantity of bikes from one company, get terms. As the terms are going on, they'll buy another round of bikes from a different bike company, get terms. So then basically it's called floating.
Okay.
And basically you just float. This happens in all industries. This is not just a bicycle situation. But the problem is no one brand ever becomes a lead or a hero brand of that shop. You know, like basically what I meant by the business model is it really kind of comes down to price point, margins, how we're treating our riders, our employees. There's not enough money to do it even okay.
Yeah.
Or great. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be phenomenal. It could be great, good. You know?
Just looking for good.
You know, I mean, it's like, but that's kind of what we mean. And I was talking, I'm not gonna mention their name, but they said they got a new line of credit, a larger amount. And in my mind, I didn't want to say anything because I would have been disrespectful. But I was like, so you're gonna take more new money and put it right on top of a business model that's proving that it can't generate enough return.
Yeah.
So all you're going to do is lose that money quickly and owe the interest on it now too.
Yeah.
And that's kind of basically I never got to meet him, but Rich Long, he was one of the founders of GT and everything like that. I never met the guy. I heard he was like 10 feet tall, scary as fuck. I heard he would go into meetings in Asia and just intimidate the fuck out of the people until they just did exactly what he wanted. But
Magoo alluded to some of this in his podcast. Just the hardness of him. So,
dude, I wish I could have met him. It's some of Moeller's traits are because he was good friends with Rich Long. You know, so there's some of his traits are even from there. You know, but it's Rich Long, he would go into a foreign country and go to a distributor and say, okay, you're going to have to give me a fee to be able to have the rights to sell my brand. You're going to have to guarantee a certain amount of dollars towards marketing. You have to guarantee a certain amount of money that you're going to buy in inventory. What happened was, fast forward, our business model into the 90s basically disintegrated. There was no business model, you know, because everyone didn't know what the fuck they were doing. You know, then fast forward to Taiwan, and basically 10, 15 years ago, if you had 30 grand, you need 100 grand plus now, but you can just go to Taiwan and just start a company. Mm-hmm. So everyone was starting companies. So basically the shops and distributors just started letting things sell and then not selling. Yeah. Selling is really important as a shop owner. Just letting things sell means that whatever brand is hot for that moment will be hot for that moment. And the brands actually done well are going to fall down and not get the support. Because every brand has a high and a low. It doesn't matter what you do. If you go long enough, you'll be back on top again. You know, consistency is the number one thing in anything in life. Whatever you do, if you just stay consistent at it over the longest period of time, you will always succeed.
I say that often.
It's proven.
Yeah, it's a marathon.
It really is. So whoever can hang on the longest can actually do well. Bad part is the way these tremors are working and the way people overbought. And if you hear different people you're speaking to, you can hear in their tones that, hey man, like we made a mistake. And how are we going to get out of this mistake? The problem is in an industry, doesn't matter if it's a car or whatnot, figuratively speaking, your problem or my problem, they're all of our problems. They're never singular when you're in industry. So if one guy has 30,000 bikes and everyone else had minimum amount of bikes, everyone's still fucked.
Yeah, everyone's holding to the guy offloading his bikes, and he's the one that is dictating the price via flooding the market at that level.
Yeah.
So,
and essentially that's what's happening.
So when you have a beer with Rich Moore in Germany. In Germany. Wow,
Yeah.
I've got a good memory right today.
Yep.
You bring up this idea of a merger, and this is in 2023.
It was just last year.
Okay.
It was crazy because it was just a couple weeks before I found out I actually had cancer.
Fuck.
One of the things to keep in mind with this merger deal, it wasn't done out of distress. It was done out of strategy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference there. If we were $6 million in debt, or even a couple $100,000 in debt, my reactions might be different. People make bad decisions when they're in a distressed position.
For sure.
So one of the things I like to bring up is there was no distress. I saw future distress if the business model don't change, but there is no distress. It's under strategy. So basically, like the whole year before I even talked to Rich and Mark, I researched every industry, every market. I talked to car people, motorcycle people, boat people, wakeboarding, skateboarding, lawyers, and different construction. I went and studied every type of business model that has supply chains associated to them. Because essentially anyone that has a supply chain, like delivering bikes from China, Asia, Taiwan, is in a weird position. Anyone that doesn't have a supply chain issue probably is okay after COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So for me, I kind of studied, and I was like, oh shit, I can't even go to, because I was realizing that I need to figure out a way to get symbiotic savings and profits. Like you can cut back as much as you want on front end with marketing dollars, etc. But if you can't figure out, like right now on BMX, if everyone, I'm basically explaining to you kind of the Source deal, you know, this bleeding it through is that everyone owns a forklift. Everyone has a warehouse. Everyone has pallet racks. Everyone has all these elements that we're all paying for, and we're all paying for UPS shipping or FedEx shipping. But singular, we don't have much pull with these guys.
Yeah.
As groups, you can now go in and symbiotically now make savings. Now we can start finding savings, like us moving our inventory to Louisville means now we can share cost with Source and other brands in there. And now we can hit from Louisville, you can hit 80% of all Americans live east of the Mississippi River.
Mm-hmm.
So we can hit 80% of all population within one day from Louisville, Kentucky. So now speed, cost of shipping, you've seen the symbiotic aspects that are starting to kind of line up. When I was doing my research, I was realizing that this is an incorrect term because we're not vertically integrated as an overall company, but it needs to be more vertically integrated to have a higher average margin. So basically when I started realizing, like jokingly, I was like, well, what if I went to one of the big distributors like a QBP or a JBI? The thing is there's
other brands have done that, correct? So there are brands that are like embedded or, you know, I don't want to say owned, but you know.
Some are, but to go into them, you wouldn't have the expanded margin because you're essentially the exact same business model.
Exactly, yeah.
So what I realized was I had to find a completely different business model. It hit me one day. I was like, oh, fuck, man. It's going to be really hard in 2025. I believe distribution is going to change because as a distributor, you don't really make enough margin as a distributor. Any one slight fuck up, you've lost money. You know, so the market's going to change in this way. So I started thinking about things like Tesla and Amazon. They built their charging station logistics stations when money was cheap.
Yeah.
And this is the same Rich and Mark Moore. They were so smart when they got that VC money. they were able to go build out the logistics, and it hit me. I go, dude, they got places in Germany, England, and America. This can now, because I know all of our small distributors and small retailers in Europe aren't going to be able to afford to buy from Asia and bring it in, but now we can bring it in, have one location that now we can ship out to all of these guys and help everyone get through with smaller orders, and then they can lead up to the pre-booking orders.
So a dumb question, because Sparky's is a distributor, Shadow is a brand. You know, if you have two small margins, you know, from Sparky's and another small margin from Shadow, are you saying that those combined margin is still better with Source? Or Source is better than that combined margin? Well,
we already have that combined margin, which is the only thing that kind of saves you. And let me back up 1 second. I always thought it was the wrong business model, but I call it the European business model. And the European business model for quite a long time has now been, you own a mail order company, you own a brand, and you own a distribution company.
Okay.
So for decades, and basically what they do by doing that is you now have retail margin, distro margin, and brand margin. Put them all together, you now have a better overall margin that now you can slice off a bit to keep for yourself, slice off another bit to put into the IBDs to keep them going. And really, everyone can argue a business model. But for the past year and a half, I've called everyone in the industry saying, what's your plan? What are you guys thinking? What are you guys? And no one has plans. Everyone was literally saying, I hope the market's just going to come back. It's going to. It always does. But every time in any market, once a market comes back, it always comes back slightly different. It never comes back mathematically, fundamentally, not necessarily from the product, you know. So it's not going to come back the same. Step back one more second. I don't believe in hedging on hope. I believe on hedging on logic. And for me, I would rather create a logical plan and be very hopeful that I think I have the right idea.
Fair, yeah.
Almost everyone else is thinking about it in the wrong order. And the business model we have it's been like I said, we've lost 20% margin in 20-something years. Yeah. And our price points have not gone up
dramatically
on retail. Yeah. No. And unfortunately, we're in a situation that symbiotic savings and whatnot's going to be more important right now because we sell to a group that doesn't have a lot of money. So we fundamentally need to keep our prices as low as we can so our fan base can afford to buy this stuff. But the problem is we need more margin and we need higher retail. So the main thing is that if I keep doing the business model the way I'm doing it, I'm not going to have enough. No, not me. The industry that's running on the same model as I am is not going to have enough cash flow within 2 to 5 years to stay alive.
Okay.
They're going to go out of business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like a lot of big brands right now are about to go out of business. You know, like they're in the thousands and thousands to, I heard one of the biggest bike brands has 1 million bikes in stock. You know,
is this a BMX brand or is this?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, I don't even think a BMX brand would.
I'm trying not to talk shit about anyone.
No. But I mean, that is a crazy rumor. So the other thing, and you kind of touched on it a little bit, is, you know, when you announce you're merging with Source. I mean, I'm devil's advocate here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aren't you alienating like Dance Comp? You're alienating. I know the first sentence was about IBDs, but you know, I reached out to a couple people and they're like, yeah, we closed our Source account, or we closed our Shadow account right away because they don't want to. You're feeding into Source eventually.
Yeah.
So
unfortunately, that's the wrong perception, because if you look at things now globally, everyone's buying from everyone. And honestly, I'm confident right now in the business model that we just created. You're going to see other groups group together. And then I hope all the groups that have a mail order component all buy from each other to support their mail order components. And everyone starts grouping together so everyone can start doing the symbiotic savings. Because unfortunately, you can't have an industry with one brand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I did the pros and cons list. I knew which shops would complain, which ones wouldn't. I knew which percentage. Basically, the majority of the global people we've spoken to are fully cool with it and understand it. There's a certain group of people that are like, hey, let's wait and just see. There's a small group of people, which I pretty much almost know every single one of them, that's like, fuck them guys.
Yeah.
You know? But honestly, if you're saying fuck me, and you don't even know, you haven't even let me prove, because honestly, since for 20 something years, I started Sparky's, and I've been completely exclusively supporting IBDs relentlessly. I put on some of the best events myself. I've sponsored all the best events with cash. I've paid my riders, didn't reduce their pay during COVID. You know what I mean? Like, I do not everything perfectly, but I do things right. And I've always kept my word. So when people instantly, because of a new business model, freak the fuck out, because what is Source going to do? Are they going to look up like how many seats you sold last month? What are they going to do with that information?
Yeah,
you know, like it's.
I mean, I get it.
Buying...
I get it in the sense of like, but it's like a morals issue where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna feed dollars into my biggest competitor that is like, but it's not like Source is gonna flourish off of your dollars either. So it goes one way.
And Source didn't join us to basically take over the world. It's a way for them to also have a better average margin.
Yeah.
The main thing that people need to be concerned with, in my opinion, is MAP, minimum advertised retail pricing.
Yes.
Or retail pricing.
That's what we discussed on the news thing is undercutting other brands because the margin is better with Source now and Shadow, that they can undercut other brands, which is...
See, and the thing that we've done always as Sparky's, and no one else does this, when we put a special on our D2C, we offer at least a week in advance a lower price with the margin that the dealer can make, and we actually lose money and sell product to the dealers so they can match our prices that we sell stuff for on our web store.
Okay.
Right now, go to Source and look at their pricing of all of our products. They're all at MAP or higher.
Yeah.
They're not even doing free shipping on bikes. So a lot of people's perceptions, they're based on their own desire of an outcome versus actually saying, this is actually a good idea. Because honestly, it's retail price. This is all you should be worried about in retail price, margin, and are the incentives that are being given me competitive enough to keep me going? If those three things are all yes, who gives a fuck
where it all ends up? Yeah.
Half of the BMX
I was gonna say, you guys sponsor so many jams, you do so much things for BMX, and your goal is to give riders money and not have to cut the whole team. You know, like and your Source is ran by BMX riders as well. You know what I mean?
They put on events. We're both event people.
If you really look at the big picture, it's like I'm not super intelligent at all in this, but it seems like what the hell would be the problem?
I mean,
I think it's just a moral thing. It's an ego thing. I think, and I'm not blaming anybody for making their own decisions in any sense, but
at the end of the day, I was hypersensitive and aware of what and who is going to do what. But it goes back to my point before. I'm not interested in sitting on my hands, man. And like I said,
and hoping
proof
without doing any sort of anything, just hoping. Like that's not gonna. That's the biggest gamble you can take.
Yeah.
This is not an ego statement. This is a fact statement. I'm an honorable person. I keep my word. I keep my word when even it's bad for me. You know, it's like I've proven since for 30, 35 years, 39 years, 29 for 29 years for Sparky's of having the right thought process for our dealers the whole entire time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I expected some people to get mad. I don't understand why people get mad. People in BMX, it was dance comp everyone hated. Everyone hated chain reaction. Everyone hated Kuntz form. And BMX, everyone always hates the person who's perceived as doing the best. Why not hate the people that are not doing the best for BMX, that are not putting on events, that are not paying their riders, that they're not, not like, okay, you own a bike shop and you're selling fucking Elites or Black Ops. You know, like, fuck off.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like, you're selling Elite, like, that guy's a flea market guy. He sells monkey bikes, like he sells scooters. He does Elite.
Yeah, they're dog shit. I was fixing a kid's Elite at the park 2 days ago.
There's a shop right now that just the other day was like out one thing saying fuck off, but the other thing, hey man, we got some Elites and Thrones here.
Yeah.
You know, so, but I get it. BMX does not like change, but I'm telling you right now, if we want to keep this idea of us putting on our own events, paying riders, travel, the things that I believe are why we are involved in BMX. Like, if we didn't have those couple things, I would have zero interest in doing this. You know, it's like, it's the fact of traveling and riding and doing stuff and making friends. This is rad, you know? But in BMX, man, like, let the proof speak for itself. You know what I mean? Like, isn't honor something you earn over a period of time? And you can't just take honor away. You know what I mean? Honor is something that you earn and you always constantly prove. And like I said, proof's in my past. It sounds funny to say it's proof's in the past pudding. And I plan on proving, not going on my 29 years of existence saying, hey, I've been like this. I live life every day I get up. I get up to prove that I'm going to kick ass. And I know for a fact that I'm a good person, but I work every single day to be a better person.
Okay.
And I think anyone that does not think in that manner is fucked.
Hell
you know what I mean? And
powerful words, dude. I mean, and that's like, that goes to your character. You know, like it says a lot that you're saying, hey, I'm here. I made this decision. I'm going to stand up for everything I said on everything that I said, and you can trust me. You know, like, this is a public forum right now. This isn't anything.
And if I don't, call me out.
Yeah, yeah.
Totally fine with that. But it's not going to happen. It never happened. Now, people might not like my decisions. They might not like my style. They might not like how I speak. That's fine. You know, but don't ever call me a liar, and don't call me a thief.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
You know, and definitely don't call me not passionate.
Don't call me a ginger.
No, call me ginger all you want. Don't call me not BMXer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm here because, dude, I joked about it. Someone's like, you're not a BMXer. I'm like, dude, I have an L3, L4 herniated disc. I'm not going to ride my BMX bike like I will ride my mountain bike. But, dude, if I wasn't a BMXer and I've stayed around BMX this long, God fucking bless me, man, from dealing with all this shit.
Yeah.
You know
It's almost like, almost better. Like, wow, you're still in this after all these years? You don't know how to be a BMXer?
Hey, I got to run.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, cool,
Hey,
awesome.
thank you.
Dennis, hey, man, it's so nice to finally meet you. And,
for sure.
and I've only got to walk by you and say hi a couple times. I really want to be able to meet you in the next couple months.
Same. And this was awesome, dude. Like, even though this was Zoom, I felt like you were right here with us.
I know. The monitor is nice. The monitor is nice. So
yeah. So thanks to Ryan.
I appreciate
and your nephew,
everything.
who helped set all this up.
Yep. Yeah.
And I'm excited to see
Austin.
what you're doing. The merger and everything. I'm excited. It seems like you have a game plan. It's so strategic, and it's for BMX.
And
it's
we
for
need
the riders.
it is
It's for the
literally
jams.
for
It's for everything, man.
And as
Exactly.
I felt like when you were talking, I was going back to like what we started in the beginning, that like it was all passion driven when you came in, like the dads that pieced out, and so the passion motivated people came in, and that does carry you for a certain distance, but at a point you also need to be good at business. And people like you and Moeller and stuff like that,
and the guys at Source,
like that,
because I know for a fact
you have to make
smart
business
passion.
decisions, and the people that are here this long are good at both, you know. So
And our forefathers didn't make it as long as we all have.
Yeah.
We've actually all been in business longer than those guys all before us.
That's true. Yeah,
You know what I
that is very
mean? Which is
It
crazy.
is crazy.
But Dennis, I know we're going to talk about 40, but I don't want to keep you. I know you're already 20 minutes.
Keep kicking ass with the health too, and the mindset. Like, you got that shit. Hell yeah.
I'm in it, man. I appreciate you,
guys have
dude.
fun.
Thank
I
you for
wish
your
I could
time,
stay for
man.
the rest, but
yeah, no worries at all.
No,
See you
Talk to
soon.
you soon.
Appreciate it,
take
dude.
some more toys for your kid when you leave.
grab the
I got a whole
Hi, Ron.
bag of dinosaurs.
Don't
Yeah,
Ron,
my
I
man.
said
Good
bye.
seeing. Absolutely.
See you soon.
But But okay, go on.
Oh, no. I mean, I was just going to get into the pragmatic questions, like you said closing the warehouse, but like, so all the inventory is going to Louisville. I know that.
Yep.
And then, you had employees obviously at the warehouse, and that's probably the biggest downside of some of this is that you had.
And the good thing is some of them are moving in to other departments and stuff like, which is really cool.
All right. So what are the things that I know this answer, but what are the things that are staying in Orlando?
Everything from design, sales, product development, testing, photography, videography, like basically all we did is just move the back of the warehouse to another warehouse.
Okay. Yeah.
But again, it's really smart because it's going to help our dealers get stuff faster, and they're going to get it. It's going to help us keep incentives better. A lot of people have a misconception about Rich and Mark Moore. I didn't really know those guys until they opened up in America in 2019. And from 2019 now, I've hung out with them multiple times each year, and some years more and some years less. They're cool fucking guys.
They are.
And and I'm the kind of person, as I talked about before, I listen to everyone in what they say and the consistency in what they're saying. And when I'm creating a new relationship, I listen to people, and these guys have been consistent, and I know some people are scared of them, but man, when you talk to these guys, they don't talk like taking over the world like the rumors are about them, or there's a rumor that they went insolvent. I'll let them tell the whole story on it. But actually, it was a great venture capital play, and no brands, every brand got paid.
Yeah, they did not. There was like stuff going around about them owing money and stuff like that, like the bill of BSD and stuff like that. And I saw it, and I just, like a normal person, I texted Grant and I was like, "Hey, is this true?" And he's like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay." So that the guy that was posting it, I sent him the screenshot, and he's like, "I'll have to look into this." And I'm like, "What the fuck you mean look into it? I just looked into it for you." Like,
there's a group of people that just want everyone to fail, and they're just talking about these things that aren't true about like Rich and Mark. Like, I realize by hanging out with these guys, I mean, they're the only company right now putting on events.
Yeah.
No one else is putting on events. They're paying for that shit. You know what I mean? Like, they're paying riders. They're doing marketing. They're supporting third-party media. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like not a lot of people are even doing that. So
I mean, this is in my realm. But like you have, and I don't blame anybody for doing this. Just like you, I feel like I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
I texted Sure about this all the time, and like him and I are great friends. And like just because we don't work together and you guys don't want to advertise with me, I will be the same exact person with you. I have no. Like, I get that it doesn't work for everybody. So, but like the act of Instagram ads and Facebook ads and Google ads and the money that you see a lot of brands put into that, Google doesn't do anything for BMX. Facebook doesn't do anything for BMX. And that's fine. Like, I understand that they play a role and stuff like that. But at a point, if it doesn't become viable for somebody like me or somebody like Dig to keep doing this, we have bills to pay and we have mouths to feed and stuff like that. And it comes
business
difficult.
101, right? And it's like with our BMX, it's never that we've not want to. It's because of this margin depletion. We're like, well, are we going to do a road trip? Used to be $1,500. You can do a sick road trip with a good group of dudes. You could do a thing. Literally every road trip now is $10,000 or more. When
in the early days of our BMX, we talked, and you there just wasn't enough margin on the table for me. Like the deal, and I was like, hey, we can't do it. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, and so that's where we left it. And it was me saying no to your deal. You were willing, but it was me saying no to your deal, and that's the way it goes. And I don't.
Fair.
Yeah. And that's totally. It's funny how people can't rationalize some stuff like that, But like you said, when they're desperate, when you're desperate and you need money and stuff like that, when it becomes your predominant like motivator, money motivated, it can be really hard to separate those emotions. But for me, I try and really
people need to separate emotions, and people understand that just because you don't agree with someone's business decision doesn't mean you're right or they're wrong, or they're right and you're wrong. It just means that, like in BMX right now, like if we're all still doing cherry pickers and fucking Gumbies and pinky squeaks or whatever, today it'd be really boring. In BMX, if we don't change things up in the business model, it's not gonna work, man. We can't make frames $1,500. They should be, and a road bike frame, $1,500.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily doesn't have that much more metal, or hell, you could even argue that the BMX bike has more details, than some bikes. What I mean?
True.
But yeah, I mean, I know, like, hey, what are one of the other things I saw Joey was asking is like, well, what are other brands gonna think with Source? And we talked about that, is like, honestly, if brand X, Y, and Z are killing it, Source isn't gonna buy more Shadow and Subrosa over these brands that are killing it. They're gonna buy the brands that are killing it first and foremost, because Source is a separate business than Sparky's. Like Wheels of Steel, like you have an org chart, Wheels of Steel, then it breaks down to the corporation, then it breaks down to like Source, and then the Jets, and a Shadow, Subrosa, a Rant, a Sparky's. They're all DBAs, a sense, underneath. So now as a group, we can all kind of now hopefully get these symbiotic savings that can hopefully be given to these dealers. Because I can't think of another way to increase, because yes, we as an industry need to raise our prices, but could you raise them today? Maybe not.
Yeah. No.
But you're going to have to raise your prices, and you're going to have to find some other ways of saving money. Because Asia's going through the same scenarios every other country is going through. Labor's costing more, warehouse going, taxes costing more, threat of wars, food. Every country is going through the same exact thing that we're all going through. So prices aren't going to get cheaper. And it's like when you said it from the very beginning, you said this is a big thing, and we kind of joked and we're like, hey, this is big, like Robbie leaving Fit and starting Colt big.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I think maybe people don't necessarily understand it because they're not industry all the time, but like Source bots Stay Strong, and and there was some mix up with the previous owner of Stay Strong and Steven, and that was like the controversy that I think people finally caught on to, but it was like, it wasn't a big deal because it was Stay Strong, which is a relatively small brand. It's not a legacy brand from a giant in the industry, and coming together. So that's where I think it is a big deal. And when you say the business model is broken, I know you well enough to be like, that's a fucking crazy statement, and that there's some weight with that, and it's important that other people within the industry take heed of that, and take, not to use a old timey word, I guess.
What's happening now is you have certain sales reps talking to certain shops and trying to use what we're doing as a strategy.
Yeah, of course.
And I tell my staff all the time, you better never use a negative to make a positive for ourselves.
Literally said
That's
that
a bad look.
Yeah.
I will not ever do that. I will not allow any of my business to do that. Yeah. But when people get scared and they feel like they're pushed in a corner and they realize they don't have a plan, they can't come out fighting. Yeah. They lash. Yeah. And usually the lashing is not logical because it's based on emotion. So and emotion's not logical, So the problem right now is that when people are jumping to bitch at something they might not fully understand, and like what I'm saying is going, hey, no guys, look at what we're doing, and you're going to do something similar to this in your own way, and I want all of us to work together on the one component. And then we all grow BMX again as a whole and stronger as a whole.
Yeah.
But the way it's going now, impossible.
No. Back to the pragmatic stuff. Are you now part owner of Source?
I am part owner of Source, and they're part owner in AMI, which is American Mentality.
Okay.
Sparky's.
Okay. And then you sold them Sparky's, Shadow, Subrosa, Rant. You didn't. You kept Rocksteady.
Rocksteady's separate. I have a property company that I do that's separate. Okay. It's just the trademarks, intellectual property of the brands.
All right. So Rocksteady is still yours, and that's the agency company that kind of acts as a middleman for not just Shadow and Subrosa, but for a lot of BMX brands.
A lot of other brands.
And so it's not. I know you're not going to say it, but like which brands they are. But
I won't say which brands because I don't like to.
Yeah, but you say 5 brands, and there's a couple of them, if not more of them, are going to be in there. I would assume. If I listed the top 5 brands off 5 brands off the top of my head, there's a good percentage that are in there.
Good chance they're going to be there, and I consider the brands at Rocksteady the best brands in BMX. Okay. So I'm the salesperson for that. So I wanted these brands to be a part of it. The cool thing about Rocksteady is like, I only know the end of the year numbers, and I only know when I bring the customer on. Like when a customer is actually developing product or whatever they're doing or what they're making per month, I know nothing.
Okay.
I've made it part of our business model that I will not ever know those details because I don't ever want to be thought of or accused of knowing what someone's making and then trying to make something similar of it.
Okay.
I didn't start Rocksteady to start Sparky's
stealing
bigger. Yeah. I made Rocksteady to be a separate business because I felt like I had some. It's the first trading company in Asia designed by a customer.
Okay. And so when you say a trading company, and this is my ignorance of it, like I know what like kind of the agent does is like almost the
it's the same.
It's like
it's
the guy.
Agency.
It's the guy from Office Space who's like, I talked to the customer, like that guy, right? Basically, but
an agent technically would actually be one of our staff members.
Okay, yeah.
And the overall business style is a trading company.
Okay, which means
so basically
what?
we do.
I started Fudger Bikes.
Yeah, Fudger Bikes come in. Hey, Fudger, you want to work with us? Okay, hey, what do you want to do? I'm going to consult you, ask you about like what kind of bikes you want to make, how you want to make it, what do you like, what don't you like? Oh, you've never made something or you have made something. I can go either way. Hey, say you've already made something.
I come from a huge line of chocolate bar makers, and I want to get into BMX.
And then I could basically walk you through the team. And then I would bring you into the team, and then one of our agents then would take you over, and they would be your day-to-day. And then we have a QC guy in our company that goes out to all the factories and checks all product as it's being done. We have a photographer, a videographer, so that's
and you have you're trusting Rocksteady to have the top tier factories, and the quality stays above bar, and there's no last minute changes and bolt switches and color changes and stuff like that.
And that's the good thing about Rocksteady. That don't happen.
Yeah, that's good.
You know what I mean? Problems, it's a human powered machine, right? I'm trying to think of the right word, but it's a human powered machine, so mistakes can happen. I'm not trying to claim perfection here, but Steven and the Rocksteady crew do a really good job.
Well, yeah, it goes back to what I hear about back in the day, where it's like subversive tactics of like switching out little things and what Dennis was talking about is like, hey, we send you the double stitch pants, and then they show up and they're single stitch and they blow out within a couple weeks.
You'll still see some of that with some trading companies in Taiwan, and I see the brands they work with, you see it happening. That scenario happens in China a lot more, but less than it used to, because the people are gaining knowledge and wealth, over time. But if you go to Bangladesh, Vietnam, whatnot, you're going to get more of those problems.
And those, are a lot of companies looking into like Bangladesh to margins,
margins. Yeah. The problem is quality. Like if you're making like a sub $300 bike, you could go to Bangladesh or Vietnam. But if you're trying to high-end aftermarket parts, it would be suicide, in my opinion, to move that to. That was like Bully Bikes, like way back in the day when RL was doing it, and he started making those bikes in Taiwan, early Taiwan, but never went over there, and every single one of them bikes broke. And they were rad looking. Like Bully was sick as fuck at that time.
Yeah, the imagery was
but because it died because it just didn't. But yeah, kind of going back to pragmatic, you had a couple questions you wanted to ask me maybe on like the merger stuff and
I mean, so just kind of those things like laying out, like you had, I mean, because you did have so many brands or do have so many brands. So like, are you, if you're a part owner of Source, are you involved in decision making outside of Shadow at Source in any sense?
I'm trying not to. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the board. I can, but we've all kind of talked. I'm trying to just stay
in your lane
over here in this lane and keep this going. I'm sure as I age, I'm going to move into more and more of an overview of everything and helping out and stuff like that in that sense. You know, but at this point, my focus is this new business model concept and train. I mean, because when we announced it, I call it like we have an objective, but we wanted to announce everything really early on because we weren't trying to hide anything. Mm-hmm. And even though the plan, because we theoretically worked on the plan, but now what we want to do is now we have an objective. Now I want to call everyone, get their feedback. I'm going to pick the best of the best. I'm going to add it to the objective. The objective will spit out a plan. If I came straight to each person I'm talking to and said, this is the plan, I think that's a bad look and a bad idea, because how do I know how each shop is doing in their state, or how that shop is doing in that country, that distro is doing in that region? If you want a true better outcome, you got to communicate. But not everyone's ideas are right, and not all mine are right. But by putting them into an objective and spitting it out, and that's why I've been trying to talk to everyone. I was like, look, I go, we announced this early because most people try to hide everything to the very last minute. I go, we decided that we didn't want to hide this.
Well, you want to get in front. Yeah, you want to get in front of it, because then they can come into you and talk to Source instead. No pun intended, but like to the source of you. And then it also, I feel like a little bit of Chinese whispers. Also, no pun intended. But like when you tell somebody and then they tell somebody else and they tell somebody else, and then they're like Ronnie's building a submarine. He's going to go to the bottom of the ocean, and it's like
some of the rumors I've heard are insane, you know what I mean? And I know who they're coming from too, which is the funny part. You know what I mean?
What's one rumor? Because I'm not sure if I'm in the mill. I don't know.
I mean, the one rumor I heard is that Source bought us and then immediately went bankrupt.
Oh,
is one of the rumors going around.
That's definitely not.
You're like, come on, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, that'd be a major fuck up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think I tried to, when we did the news thing and like talking to Rich and stuff like that.
I thought you did a good job talking about it.
Yeah, I tried to, and I was glad Joey was there, because he was asking questions from the opposing side that I don't necessarily think of. And so having his opposing thing, it was like, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a new model that a distributor, not necessarily mail order, but a distributor has a brand in-house and direct to market in all these days. It's a fine line you have to run.
And that was the interesting thing when I saw you talking to Joey, and I thought I liked where you were trying to go with the distribution discussion. Joey, I understand he's kind of come more from a rider than an actual industry aspect of it, but it's they were good points, but they were coming more from like a not understanding aspect, or an older mindset almost, in a sense, versus where right now, and if the distribution model, going from a factory to a brand to a distributor to a retailer to a consumer, is still going to be similar, but it's going to change.
Yeah,
it has to.
It has to. Everywhere else it has.
Anyone that, like, as a distributor right now, if you buy something from brand X, your margin is so low that if even one problem happens, you instantaneously lose money. So I'm kind of hoping that with, and again, it's like a new business model, a new way of doing things. It's not like you're going to walk out with anything and just be drastically brand new. You know what I mean? It's like everything's going to be elements of, and then an addition to, you know what I mean? Like that's the way it's going to kind of work. It's like, I mean, I'm a firm believer that we need local bike shops.
100%. Yeah.
But we need hubs, we need communities, but bike shops need to do it a certain way also. The shop responsibility is changing, the brand's responsibility is changing, the distro or wholesaler responsibility is changing. Everything's changing. How is it going to look? I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, you know what I mean? But I'll tell you that I've done a fuck ton of research. I've done a lot of soul searching. I've been looking at this, and like I could close down everything tomorrow and be fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's not why I started it. I started this because I want to see this. I've always wanted to see this live on longer than me.
Yeah. What about? I guess I was gonna try and look at my list of topics that I had.
Sure.
I'm sure, but like from the rider perspective, like going from margins to like sponsorship of riders, because that was also a huge. I think if my memory serves me, is that the huge part of that was DeMarcus and. Was it that episode or was that a different one? But,
DeMarcus, yeah.
So was the warehouse worker versus the pro rider, and where the value is and how that stuff goes. And then when you talked about margins being 20% higher when you started Shadow, in my head I was thinking like, I wonder how riders pay also fluctuated in that time, because I feel like riders pay back then was a lot higher as well, and it's like kind of gone down also in probably because within that topic was that riders are marketing. It is a marketing budget in the end, having a team, because that's how you advertise your products, especially in this day and age.
We're one of the only people that actually has our rider pay built in our marketing budgets.
Okay.
Because we do look at it as an important part of the company, and and like I said, like our riders did not get a pay cut at all, even when our company, was
struggling.
Struggling.
Well, not struggling, but like you guys were not making money.
The Tremors, it was really hard, and anyone else says otherwise is a liar.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because the past couple of years have been really difficult. But our team dudes, like Simo's been with us for. I don't even know how long, 15 years. I was going to
say 14 off the top of my head, but...
Trey, I've known Trey since he was 9 years old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I wasn't going to cut I'll cut my pay before I cut their pay.
Yeah. But we noticed obviously a pullback from the marketing side in the sense of like, no more, you guys weren't doing team trips. And you guys weren't doing, like project-based stuff seemed to really go away from Shadow and Subrosa to the point where Dennis and I noticed, a couple of times. So was that...
We made a conscious decision to not advertise heavily or do anything crazy from January till our Miami Twice video.
Okay, yeah.
Because at the beginning of the year, no one had inventory. Everyone's selling on discounts. I was like, why am I going to... spend money that maybe you don't have to market in a position that you're only going to lose money. So I saw a few brands in January, February go ballistic with picking up riders, doing some extra marketing, doing stuff, and then I saw them finally pull it back, come around June-ish, whatnot. August, I saw them finally pulling back. I think they finally were like, oh shit, because typically in a downturn you can out market your competitors or the situation. This situation that we're in right now is very different. Mm-hmm. I've been through 9/11. I've been through 2008. 9/11 was gnarly for business. 2008 was really gnarly. Yeah. Not even close. Not even in the same city gnarliness as the way the market is right now.
Really? That's a crazy statement. I remember 2008 working at Ride. It was, there's peaks and like you said, there's peaks and I call it peaks and valleys. So with all that stuff and it's just the way it goes. Two brands leave, one comes in, and then another one comes in later and then another one leaves. And that's how it goes for me.
And honestly, that has been the ebb and flow. Even with dealers, we would lose X amount of dealers and gain X amount of dealers every year. And if you go back and now look, I joke all the time, say, hey man, I made a business model 22 years ago, and I'm like, hey man, hey Fudger, I think we should do it for one more year. And I always tell us, like, if you don't punch me in the face and say you're fucked, you're not really trying to help me. That business model that I created 22 years ago has worked phenomenal, but it's been broken for 3 years, but we couldn't figure out
how to
sort it.
So I don't know. Circling back to I feel like we went on a little bit of a tangent, but for the sense of the riders' pay and stuff like that. Like obviously, I think you agreed that it went down at what point is it like too low? Like at what point are we not like supporting our riders to where they're not pro riders anymore, and then it's not aspirational for kids on bikes to put themselves out there to become a pro? You know, like I don't want to be a pro. I'd rather work at a fucking gas station or something.
What's going to happen, I think, it's just going to turn, I think for the next 2 years, it's going to turn back into the 90s where you got to have a second job. If you're not a 1%, the 1% top, half of a percent.
He's gone now.
Yeah, he left. So, if we don't have
he'll never hear this.
But that's the thing, though, that 1% in every industry, every sporting event is exactly the same. I've realized. I didn't think it was different. Baseball, basketball. No, it's exactly the same. But that top tier will keep it, you know what I mean? But it's we need margin, man. And like I said, one of my personal goals was I wanted our team riders to be able to have a sustainable living off what we pay, and we've never achieved that.
Yeah. No.
You know, just being transparent and honest, you know what I mean? Now I've tempted to do my things by, like, I know everyone else cut the pay of their riders during COVID. They don't get paid enough to cut their pay, you know? So it's like, kind of going back to the warehouse question. It's kind of an unfair question to ask in general.
I think it's a flawed question for sure.
Someone making more money than the other, but there is an answer to this question. And the answer really is the warehouse guy can technically, you can argue this point, can technically only work one job. The pro rider can actually get 5, 6, 10 co-sponsors and actually has an opportunity to make more money in that way than the guy working in the warehouse.
Yeah.
So the guy in the warehouse has less opportunities to make more money. His cap is pretty much him or hers. Cap is their cap. A pro rider could actually, if they chose to hustle, there is no cap, you know? But I think, like you said, I think it's a flawed question. I don't think there's a great answer. I wish and I pray that we can get BMX to a point. We were getting close. We were getting so close 10 years ago or so to this pay, you know, whatever the exact year way that pay was increasing and it was going to happen this way. And I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. This is going to happen. But I think riders, because right now, like, it used to be every rider on a team had a drink sponsor, a shoe sponsor, a clothing sponsor.
Yeah. It was the non-endemics that really carried a lot of dudes. Yeah.
And it's the same in skateboarding, and it's the same in bikes, the same in everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you see the, skateboarding and snow, I guess maybe, I don't know, wakeboarding even is that still a thing? I'm not sure. But
but it's small.
Yeah.
Small.
So like skateboarding, you're obviously in tune with those other parallel industries. Are they going through the same thing, if not worse or better?
I heard a rumor today that they considered that, I think this is a little bit of an exaggeration, that they consider the size of their industry the same as pre-X Games.
Oh, wow.
So and even them, man, their margins suck dick too, man. Like their decks were $55. They've been costing $15 to $16 to make or whatever it is. And now they've only raised them up to $85 on retail. So the deck brands are making no money.
And somebody else brought up, and I think I've done 3 podcasts in the last 4 days, so excuse the melting of my brain. But we had Castillo 2 days on Sunday. Yeah, so that was crazy.
That's
can't
awesome.
Believe it. I still can't believe he actually sat down for 3 hours
and talked.
Yeah, Rooftop was here, so Rooftop did a big portion of it, but it was good. So. But I don't think it was that podcast, but that they're competing with skate shops and blanks and, like definitely a Walmart skateboard, the wood in it doesn't, I couldn't imagine it being like 100% better than
it's not 100% better, but it's definitely better than it used to be.
Yeah. So,
but it's good. The thing is with shop boards, I don't know a skate shop, but dude, shop board graphics look pretty fucking rad nowadays.
Yeah, 100%.
And shop stores branding looks pretty rad. So a local's going to want to buy that stuff, which that's great for the shop. but the brands have way more overhead. People used to think like, hey, shops have more overhead than brands. I think it's besides a per square foot cost. Other than that, I'd love to hear someone's other opinion, but I think brands have way more costs now associated to them. We feel like every time we turn around, it's like another expense that's being like, it used to be like, hey, you would go to Europe and have a Europe distributor. They would pay, they put a budget for travel for that guy. They would give him free product. They would put him in magazines, put him on websites, do all this stuff.
It's its own ecosystem. Yeah.
Now they're calling up, not just us, they call up everyone and say, hey, can you give us credits for X, Y, and Z for this rider? You're like, well, man, like, we're not making enough money even selling this stuff to you to now have to support that on top of it. You know?
Yeah.
So that's another kind of business model.
Well, what about, sorry, I was looking at my topics because I was like, there's something here. Is with the, like, emerging markets. Like yep. you know, you have the Olympic stuff with like, all right, I went to China. And it's like they have legions of little kids on bikes and schools and stuff like that where they are a whole new, I mean, how many billion people are in China where the BMX is now a thing there and it's growing? Is that something you can even be a part of there? Or, I mean, I see that they have their own brands. They have there's the NK brand that looks like they just cut off the first part of the kink logo. And then, and it's like, but that most of them are on NKs, you know? And I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I guess it's popular here. Is that? Yeah.
Was that in China?
That was in China. Yeah.
Yeah. Emerging markets are tough because it's like it most of the like South America is blowing the fuck up.
Yeah.
But trying to harness it is really difficult. China's really difficult to harness because of so many issues, you know? So
here you go. NK BMX.
Never even heard of that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see the logo here.
But see, here's another problem. It's like every time someone sells a bike, oh my God, it looks exactly like King, man. That's insane. The problem about like NK bikes or even an Elite is every time they sell a bike, they sell something, they're not taking a percentage of those dollars and putting it in that Swamp Fest.
They're the blanks. I mean, they're the blanks without the core shop.
Yeah. And in all honesty, that's terrible because right now the only American event we have is Swamp Fest, and it's a camping event. It's a completely different style event than say what Roots was or X Games or what. It's a very different model, you know, which is awesome.
Yeah. Well, are you alluding? I mean, so Roots Jam, Source, they do events. Definitely not. You do events. You're a board member now. I'm just joking.
Definitely there's some amazing events planned out with these guys that we're going to do that are going to be fucking awesome for BMX.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. I mean, that alone is great to hear. Yeah.
And it'll be early in the year. Again, I think these are important things, man. It's like putting on events that are bigger than just your neighborhood is really, really, really important. You can be a local hero all you want as a shop or a rider, but man, like, you know, it's like your micro community to your city, to your state, to your country, to the global, you know, like BMX is fucking rad, man. And we need to be smarter about how we're doing the industry side so we can do these things of this warehouse, this rider, these insurance policies, these different things for everyone that we can actually pull off, you know, because profitability wise, there's not even enough money in it to, you know, to be that, especially right now, especially over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
You know, by 2026, I think it'll be whatever the new normal is.
Why do brands never seem to die officially? You know, like, I mean, you had Failure Bikes that was like, it stuck around for a while and then it was gone and then it was back again and stuff like that. Like, why do these...
More passion than logic, you know? And Matt Bischoff, awesome guy. I love Matt Bischoff. But failure should have stopped a few years sooner than it did. Yeah. You know what I mean? And again, though, passion longer than more than business logic.
Fair enough.
You know, because
there's the love, and there's, you know, ego and admitting failure and all that stuff. No pun intended again, but it's like that's the way it goes. So it's respectful in a way that people do want to hold on and don't and love it so much. But
I'll tell you right now, and I've said this 100 times, I would never, ever do a bike company or a parts company as a hobby. It's way too complex. I'll do a video, a t-shirt brand, you know, like a zine. People doing bike brands as hobbies is insanity to me, because you're not gonna have fun, and you're gonna lose at least $10,000, you know what I mean? If not more, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you know, I had like a slew of people asking me like a couple weeks ago. It seemed like I had a handful of people asking me about side hustles. And I'm like, well, how much money are you trying to make? Because if you're trying to make like $5,000 a year or $10,000 or $20,000, like, you might be able to go get a job on the weekend, work 2 hours and get it and have no skin on your back. Or you could jump in, start a brand, do this whole thing. I guarantee you're going to have a few $1,000s in materials sitting around. You're going to give up, because almost everyone does.
Yeah. Obviously, like a lot of people talk to me about YouTube, and I'm like, do it. Be ready to do it for a year. Like, if you're not going to do it for an entire year, you can't even say that you tried.
Right?
Because you can't call it a success or a failure. Like, you didn't even make it to the point where you could like call it. You gave up. But so
it's the active execution, man. Yeah. Like, it's the best form of art. But kind of going back to the merger, whatnot, it's like when we announced it, exactly next what was brought up and whatnot. That's what I expected.
Of course, yeah.
You know, like, the main thing you got to think about too from our merger is every single person that works at Sparky's is got the same chair and the same job.
That's what's up. You know? That's sick.
Yeah. And also through this, everyone's getting bonuses and dividends and whatnot. There's a lot more new business models, which I'm not going to share all that because it's personal to all the people. But I'll tell you right now, no one else in BMX has structured their internal aspects with their staff in the way we've done it now.
Okay, cool.
You know, which is super important, because
I mean,
if you're going to do
that's great to hear, honestly, because I've always wondered about, like, you know, I hope you don't not trying to say it in any sort of disrespectful way, but like, Sure started Subrosa with you, but he was never an owner of Subrosa. No. And so I was always like, damn, that kind of sucks. He's not an owner of Subrosa when he was the one that was like the figurehead, and, you know, kind of like, you know, and it's just one of those things. And so it's cool to hear that there is like a more vested interest for people that have been with you for long. You know, the GL you were talking about and stuff like that.
GL's been with me forever. Yeah. Even Ryan and I were talking about that. And again, the conversation was, I could close this down. I could have made this whole deal that was just about me.
Yeah. No.
You know what I mean? It wasn't, though. Like, that's why it took so long for us to kind of talk through everything, because it was like, okay, and Rich and Mark, they do the same thing for their staffs. They try. I keep trying. They got to get on a podcast, because I don't.
They said they're going to be out here in January, and I was going to bring it up to them. But, you know, Rich is kind of soft spoken. Mark is like more, you know, a little more grandiose, and so
I talked to Rich this morning, and I was like, you need to do a podcast, because people don't understand. I mean, Rich and Mark. I mean, Mark was just at the trails last week. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like. One of the cool things about our relationship with these dudes is they were super fans of UGP. And when you watch the documentary, they have so much UGP on their bikes that it's funny to fast forward to today, and now we're all working together. And I can understand some people getting scared or like, oh my God, I don't want to support my competitor. But ask yourself at the end of the day, what does that support really do to you negatively? You know, like, it's like, really, you're already, like, if you're in Europe, you're already like, We the People owns 3 stores on one street. You know, they have two mail order companies. Yeah. They've got multiple bike companies, whatnot, etc. It's fine. You know what I mean? He runs a really good business, and he tries his hardest to be good to BMX. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, like 70s has brands, has a distribution, has mail order. You know, like everyone's going to be multiple component business models. You know, I really do believe that's going to be impossible to survive without that being a 100% direct to consumer model doesn't work either. Yeah. You know, like for us, we want local communities. And if a shop doesn't want to work with us, I mean, that's unfortunate, but they'll see. I'm patient.
Yeah. Yeah. It could all blow over and the steam of it, like kind of settles down. Well,
especially more talking to you. And I could tell when I listened to you talking to Joey and guys, like I could tell that you didn't have all the information, but you were logically breaking it down.
Yeah.
And saying, this is what I think is probably. And I think when people, especially like when Muller's coming in and talking and kind of talking about margins and whatnot, and he's talking about the hardships of it, you know, anyone that walks in right now and goes, what are you talking about? Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Scare that person's opinion. You know, because that opinion is either extremely uneducated,
delusional, or selling you
or lying. You know, because like I tell all my customers I deal with, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that everything's 120% perfect and here it all is and whatnot, because that's not going to help you.
Yeah.
You know, but
go ahead.
No.
Well, I was maybe gonna start closing it out and getting back to kind of the more whimsical experience type version of stuff. Is there like 2 or 3, you know, moments, products, you know, projects that you are most proud of when you look back? You know, like you know, like this is what's on my I did this shit board. You know,
yeah.
Is there a few of those? I should have sent you this beforehand.
You know what's funny is, honestly, number 1 on that list would be relationships.
Okay. That's a good one.
You know, because, dude, the relationships I have right now all over the world are, especially getting sick or even starting to bit, like, relationships for sure. You know, it's like the fact that I've been able to pivot and be in this industry for 40 years I was able to pivot from high school into UGP and UGP into Shadow Subrosa and all these things and then I was able to do that. That would be something that I think, because pivoting is an art.
It is. Yeah. It's difficult
because it's difficult and it's scary, you know, especially as male adults associate themselves with their jobs or their crews as their identities. So when crews or jobs change in most males' lives, it really does fuck that person up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you really have to analyze these kind of things. And you're like, yeah, this will change or that'll change. But, you know, that's the way life is. You know what I mean? And you just kind of move on. You know, it's like, and these are all kind of thought processes you got to kind of have, like when you're about to do a merger, about to do a new project. You know, but a third thing, I don't know. Like, I think relationships, like pivoting, being able to live a life that I've been able to be surrounded by creativity and be able to be in a creativity form, especially from 16 to 50s, in a way that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
You know, like it's, you know, because honestly, making things is my favorite thing in life. You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't matter what the fuck it is, you know, but being able to make something from zero, from concept to fruition is exciting.
Yeah.
You know?
Not something that a lot of people get to see or experience either, like something that they designed from the ground up, you know, and you've done that in so many different ways. And that is crazy. And even like when you're talking about the people, I remember your 50th birthday video. You know, like it was like a fucking huge range of people, and it's so cool that, like, you know, I mean, fucking 50 countries, or, you know, like it's so many people and such a cool life experience.
It brought a few tears to my eyes. That's
for
sure.
Man. That's cool. That's cool. It should. Yeah, that's sick, dude.
You know, and And I love BMX. I mean, we've known each other since before you worked at Ride BMX. I still remember when you got the job.
Yeah.
You know.
And I hope you've never heard me say a negative thing about you. I don't have anything negative to say. I think it's always been cool to be in your presence, and we've had like the Russia trip and stuff like that. Yeah, it is.
Which
cool.
is a memory I'm never gonna forget. That Russian trip was.
It was insane.
Seriously, fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was fucking insane.
You know, and
I wore the wolf mask that I brought for Halloween this year. So it's.
And the fact that I really believe we might be the last people that, for the near foreseeable future from America, that are going over there. You know, I mean, like that's. I've gotten to go to some places that I never thought I would ever go, and Russia is definitely one of them. And like Russia, the Russian people are fucking cool as hell.
And that's
man.
The thing is that, you know, I've been so bad with names lately, but like I met those dudes over there, and I got to go back a couple more times. Like
I was so jealous.
Yeah, just by being a fucking nice person and being fun and being down to do the work. You know, like it's something that I've always tried to explain to people when they want jobs is like, do the work, don't bitch, and then do a little bit of somebody else's job. If there's something that needs lifting, like just be there and lift it and don't fucking whine, you know? And then people will be like, wow, that guy did a good job and he was a pleasure to be around. Like, let's invite him back.
Facts.
Exactly.
It's, you know, just total facts right there, you know? And I live my life by that. That is exactly how I live, you know? And it's like, you're never too big. You're never too smart. You're never too to unload the container or help someone pick up something or do this or that. And
even if the money's not there, you know, like even if it's just like maybe the money will be there next time, you know, like that's the whole thing. So it is, experience isn't, but experience is valuable. I can tell you the times that I've learned from those lessons, you know, like have those experiences where I didn't do that shit and I didn't, you know, and I did bitch and I did try and force situations, and it's crazy.
It's nice to analyze it, and you can see, not positives, but when you see, oh, I could have done this. That's powerful, man, because it only becomes even stronger later on, and you apply it to everything in life. You know what I mean? Like everything, you know? So it's, you know, but I mean, I'm super glad that we get to have this conversation. I'm glad that we got to talk about the merger. I hope people, I mean, it is a really, really big deal.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do understand why some people would get scared, but I hope after they hear this interview, I hope this interview comes off human.
Yeah.
You know, and it really kind of being transparent.
Yeah.
And that people can kind of say, yeah, man, those guys, you know, they're going to try to go for something new and different.
Yeah.
You know,
and
they're
going to
BMXers try,
and you care, and that's the most important thing. So, not most important, but it's a paramount part of it. Like for
99% of everyone that works at Sparky's rides or rode. You know what I mean? Rich and Mark, they all ride.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The warehouse workers are BMXers too. Like through and through, everybody that's basically involved with Source is essentially, you know, because they have a skate element too. There's a couple of skaters and stuff like that, but they're not.
My problem that I have is why treat someone bad in their business model that's a BMXer when half of our industry, which I have zero problems with, is owned by factory owners, foreign entities,
VCs,
foreigners that have never ridden by venture capital funds. There's a lot owned by RC companies. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like there's a lot of things that, and I have zero problems with any of these people if they're always doing the right thing for BMX. And most of them, I believe, have always done the right thing for BMX. That's why I don't even want to say anyone's names, you know, because I believe, but it is one of them things that you're like those guys and people having problems because it's sort of like they're BMXers.
Yeah. And it's like, even though, you know, I mean, obviously all those companies, they try and hire BMXers and people that do care, but it's like, you can't have a problem with like one small part of a business and then not have a problem with another small part of a business and have it be like equal.
And not just be mad at everyone.
Exactly.
Everything.
Yeah. You got to fucking hate everything if you're going to hate this part of it. So yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, when you're healthy, you're traveling again, you want to come by. I mean, I think we were both a little bummed, but it made perfect sense to me, and I'm glad that, like, at least you have the facilities to, like, hopefully this translates.
Try to make it look better.
Yeah, so
I hope.
We're not going to start doing remote podcasts. We're still holding out as much as possible.
And I think it's better that way. I hope this comes off informative and fun, and I hope this comes off good, but I'm praying I'm out in January.
Fuck yeah.
So
yeah,
it's like I'm
good to see you, dude. I mean, obviously I heard the news, about I don't know if a year or whatever, but like I heard the news a while back, and I believe I shared a little sentiment here and there, but if you don't want to talk about it, I don't want to talk about it either, but it's good to see your face, good to see you nice and healthy. It. So
I'm stoked, man. I'm gonna fight just like I fight on everything else. So hopefully the outcome be good. If not, I'm glad I got to tell my story today.
Yeah,
and
hell yeah.
Keep sharing my story, which is cool to share it. I'm stoked to share it, and it's freaking exciting. But I feel the same way, man. And thank you very much for doing this.
Of course.
I thought your questions were really good, and I really appreciate the angle he took on this, and it was rad to kind of not meet Dennis, but meet Dennis.
Yeah.
Rad,
no, Dennis always talks about how, like, wow, we're not in a room together, but like when you talk to somebody for 3 hours, you're like, holy shit, like like we're boys now. It's like a mini road trip, And
I was excited for Dennis to hear this because he's a couple generations. Down from these earlies, and he would not know those things.
I mean, I think you weren't doing the Abubaca, but he's like, holy shit, there's a fucking schoolyard and HB and fucking 89.
I wish I was doing an Abubaca.
Yeah. But I've seen you doing it. I've seen footage of you or a clip of you doing it.
I can do backside cans and whatnot, but exactly.
It was. So we will wrap it up. Thank you so much, Ronnie. Cool. Looking forward to everything that you guys have going on and the things you've alluded to and stuff like that. So,
well, thank you for everything. Thank you for giving me time to share my story. And if you need any photos, you need anything, just let Ryan know. We'll take it. If you need something to spice it up, if you don't.
No, I think the way you showed stuff and just brought up a couple of little clips, that's all we need. It's more the information.
Makes it fun.
So so thank you, Ronnie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. How long did we just talk for?
The recorder is going for 4 hours and 17 minutes.
Wow.
So yeah, we did pretty good. So
I wanted to hit 4, so that's perfect.
Yeah, I think the Magoo at 6 will probably never be topped. So
I mean, no one can top Magoo in talking.
Yeah, literally about the 4 hour mark, or 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm literally like, I try to wrap it up, and Muller's like, "Are you trying to wrap this up?" And I'm like, "I guess not." And we go till 6. So I think I tap out mentally at about 4 hours. So it is.
I love fucking Magoo. He's always been a little bit of a mentor to me, you know what I mean? Like, he's always tried to be that person, and since he's from Florida, like, he always makes it look, he's supposed to be coming here soon, so like, I'm pretty excited. I love that guy's
Take
stories.
a nap beforehand and wake up, take an energy drink. Like
a couple of them.
Fucking hell. Yeah, the only thing that sucks about that podcast is it got like age restricted. So it doesn't get delivered to anybody because it is such a great listen, and I wish it would have gotten more views. So if you anybody listening to this, you're this deep into this and you haven't heard the Magoo podcast, you definitely should. It's a legacy like unknown, delivered by a fucking psychopath, basically.
A psychopath that can remember details in the smallest form.
Absolute genius. So it's hilarious. And it was an hour beforehand and like an hour and a half afterwards. So it was like a 9-hour day with Magoo and Muller. It was fucking intense. So I wish we were doing the unpublished things because back in that time, because oh my God, the stories after the podcast were deviant in nature. Like they were. He literally had a point.
I know quite a few of them.
Yeah, he had a point. Was like he was telling his story. He was like 75% of the way through, and then he was like, "Is your wife home?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, she heard everything you said." He's like, "Fuck." God damn it.
Yeah. Wife's like, you ain't hanging out with that guy.
Yeah. She's like, what the fuck? I want him out of my house. Do not. So, yeah.
like he's harmless, but he's crazy.
Yeah. So
But
all right, we'll end the podcast there. Thank you so much, Ronnie.
Appreciate it, my man. Thank you for everything.
Health. So good to hear, and congrats on everything. And years of success and fucking 72 brands and all that stuff. So, and tell Sure I said what up. I appreciate it.
I'll do that, my man. You have a great one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. See you.
We'll try to turn this off.
Yeah. How do we end Zoom? Now I'm a Zoom member.
I don't. Okay. How do you turn?